Good morning, everyone, and welcome to today's Strategic Planning Council Committee meeting for June 17th, 2024. The public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, FOIP 41. I'll now call the meeting to order at 9:03. We have an agenda before us. Looking for an adoption of the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Cermak. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Item 3.1, the Strategic Planning Council Committee of a whole for the minutes for April 15th. Any errors or omissions? Looking for a motion. Councillor Graham, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. I apologize up front if it seems like if I'm trying to rush things. I see we got a big agenda before us, so, but anyways. Moving on to section of Agriculture and Community Services, 4.1, increasing funding for the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Funding for Community Halls budget. I'll turn it over to Director Martinson, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. We are here with a few important projects to touch base with Council on. These are not necessarily new to Council projects, but they are certainly projects that are going to impact or have the potential to impact the 2025 budget, and so we want to have a discussion with Council where we're at with these projects, and also keeping in mind a lot of these projects are underway now, and the information's evolving, and there's still a bit of time before we bring the final information to Council before budget. So there is a opportunity for some of this information to change as designs get more detailed and estimates get more clear. So with that, we'll get into the first of these projects, which is the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Funding for Community Halls. And we'll start by just touching briefly, as the Reeve said, it's a busy day and there's a lot of other projects that need Council's attention. So we'll try to summarize a lot of the data that's written in front of you that you no doubt reviewed before the meeting. And as Council is aware, we've provided a bit of a pathway for community halls to access grant funding from the county to increase or revitalize their community halls, specifically towards becoming fire and building code compliant. Of course, these inspections became also more important during COVID, when everybody needed to know their occupancy, and we have provided a lot of that information, and with that, we've also found significant amount of deficiencies, especially in our larger occupancy community halls, which have a greater requirement often under fire and building code because of the volume of people they serve. So Dovercourt was the first community hall that really ventured down the pathway, and we're well underway at providing solutions to Dovercourt's deficiencies. There has been $90,000 invested to date to bring that up, that facility up to code, and we should be there for the most part with Dovercourt this year. We also have completed the Leslieville inspection, and we're quite surprised at the significant amount of work that needs to be there. Again, larger occupancy, requires often larger or drives larger code issues in these aging or older facilities, and that's what's sort of come up with Leslieville, and we're expecting that their work is going to likely be in the range of $500,000 to bring their structure up and maintain similar occupancies as we have historically. A big challenge is water, and we do not have municipal water services in Leslieville, so our ability to deliver the quantities of water to not only you know, put the building out, but certainly protect the buildings that are in close proximity in Leslieville. An issue we don't necessarily see in Dovercourt with a community hall sitting out in you know, the middle of nowhere, if you will, versus in the middle of a hamlet. So, you know, without getting too deep into the weeds, that's sort of a big, you know, chunk of the issue. And so how we're sort of mitigating that is through a strategy of compartmentalization, where we make the individual rooms in the halls smaller by bringing walls up to the roof and having fire rated materials all the way, and that sort of suffices some of the issues, but water's still a challenge, and so we are working with the fire on designing a variance, and of course this plan drives on being able to get that variance, and so we're working on that. Fire's been great providing the details we do, and our consultants will apply for that variance on behalf of the community hall and the county, using the data that Fire's provide us and the support that they have, that they're confident that they can still maintain safety in that community with the resources that we have close by at our Leslieville Fire Hall. So that is the summary of the Leslieville project, and we do expect an increased ask for that emergency facility line item to suffice the work that we need to do in Leslieville. Leslieville Hall does have some funding that they've been saving for their own kitchen rental, and they have asked that we try to schedule both these projects at the same time, and we will try our very best to do that. The hall will have to provide some funding towards this project in an equitable manner, as Dovercourt has. There is, you know, a need to match some of our funding, and whether they do that with their funds or grant funding, we can help them, you know, try to access some CFIP grants or other grants as well, private sector grants, and but we will be looking for a significant investment from council to continue on with the work here at Leslieville in a similar way that we have at Dovercourt. We also have started and preliminary in the early stages of doing assessments at Condor and Nordegg. You know, the early indicators are the Condor is in pretty good shape as far as in, you know, whether we're going to need a huge investment there. Nordegg's old. It's maybe going to need some investment, but we have a reduced occupancy in Nordegg versus Condor and Leslieville and Dovercourt. The last larger hall that we have is Evergreen to do. So, you know, we'll be through our large halls here soon, and the significant increased demands on our emergent budget should drop off quite fast when it comes to the smaller halls, because of the occupancy is quite a bit lower, as I've mentioned, so that's sort of, I think, where we're at with the Emergent Facility Infrastructure Grant funding as a bit of a summary. So I would turn it back over to the Reeve for questions, if I'm able to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Is there any questions from council? I have one just right off the top of my head. What are the age of these two structures, Dovercourt and Leslieville?
Oh, that's a good question. I think the Dovercourt Hall goes back to the 70s and 80s, and I think Leslieville Hall is in the same boat. They've both had significant upgrades and additions, and in a lot of instances, that's where we got into trouble. Is the increased additions as sort of lean-tos on the side, you know, in Leslieville's, we didn't change really any of the egress, and we didn't change any of our ability to increase access to water and stuff. And so, yeah, the facilities have been upgraded from time to time, but I believe they both kind of date back into that vintage.
Okay, thank you. Awesome. Deputy Reeve Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I'm curious, if we've given any thought to fire ponds in any of these areas for, like, especially places like Dovercourt, et cetera, for fire suppression on those. I know that we've done that in some of our own facilities. For example, Leslieville, we have a big fire pond in order to accommodate that. Have we considered doing something like that in some of these community halls?
Yeah, 100%. That was part of the discussion, especially at Dovercourt where we had the potential room. They come with maintenance, and they do come with replacement costs. And so in Dovercourt, we ultimately chose to go down the compartmentalization realm because that didn't include adding additional infrastructure, and the cost supported that. I think with Leslieville, the costs would drive us more to look like at a pond, but it's in the middle of the hamlet, and to be able to get access to land without knocking down any structures and buying currently inhabited residential lots, we'd be too far out that magic number that you need that pond to be in location too. So it's definitely been considered. Cisterns underground have been considered. Those are even more expensive and invasive, potentially with bigger maintenance costs. And then you're restricted to capacities. You know, what would really be dandy is a municipal service with a hydrant. And of course, we don't have that in this community. So, but yeah, definitely appreciate that comment, because we did look at that, because they are now a bit of a go-to for our large facilities, because they serve that dual purpose of stormwater and fire pond. You know, not to be speaking, you know, on behalf of things that I'm not a subject matter expert in, but the Leslieville Fire Hall that has that infrastructure is just too far outside of and that's part of the variance argument, is we have access to that through public land right across. You know, we can run lines and pumpers right from Leslieville Hall to the community hall, and that's where our fire department is working with this variance, and they use fancy terms like tender shuttles and things like that. But they're working real hard to provide us this information, and we're confident that that variance will be taken seriously because of the serious amount of effort and information our engineers and our fire department are putting together. But yeah, we're looking everywhere to try to keep these costs down as much as we can, but still maintain the occupancy that we've enjoyed, you know, for community events like weddings and cemeteries and family reunions and things that, you know, our bigger capacity halls serve. Yeah, thank you for that question.
Ms. Serha?
Yeah, just a reminder that this is a project that's not currently funded, so this would increase the burden to ratepayers to fund this project.
Councillor Cermak?
Yes. The figures that you're given here in this information you give, you only had one engineering firm look at this to give these numbers?
Yeah, these are higher level estimates. They haven't been tendered yet, but they're based on current pricing. You know, especially with projects we have underway. But we do hope that as we get into more of a detailed design and a situation where we can tender these to appropriate amount of vendors, that some of those numbers might tighten up. But again, we think they're fairly solid estimates as far as budgeting goes. And we do hope as we get closer to budget, all these numbers will become more detailed. You know, we still have a little bit of time to do some work, and we plan on doing that.
Follow-up?
So this engineering firm that you quote here, is that the one we're going to use?
This is
And the only one?
They're doing our estimates. They won't be doing the work. The work will go to construction companies and vendors. But this is the company that we use to do the design and then also assist the community halls with their project management. And it's truly an assistance because this is work done to community halls that we don't necessarily own. They're owned by the facilities, but we want to make sure that they have some professional expertise to support them.
Follow up?
So you say this engineering company, you believe totally in this, so we don't need another person to come in and take a look? Because the experience I've had with this company doesn't perform real well.
So I would maybe, with that, the vetting of the companies, I'm going to ask, maybe Director Martinson, what is the process that we go through usually, or Mr. Emmons, one of the two?
So typically at this stage, this is only an investigation stage. It's, if I can put it into terms, you have a C estimate, a B and an A. This is the C estimate, so this is budgetary numbers presenting. This is a rough estimate without detailed design, and that's the amount that's entrusted at this stage to provide budgetary numbers for council's consideration. As if council proceeds and says this is a priority, and this gets into budget and goes next steps, then it gets RFP'd and it gets tightened up at those stages. We look for tighter numbers and more efficiencies then. But at this stage, this truly is to create that rough estimate for consideration and all the other priorities.
Okay. You want to speak to that,
So-
Councilor Mack?
Go further on, then we get 3 estimates, like we should for any project.
So yes, and there's the 3 stages.
Okay,
So we don't control who actually submits. We look for more than one,
okay.
but absolutely it would be more competitive than this.
Okay, so this number could vary greatly, one way up or down.
Mr. Emmons?
With some surprise anomalies, it always could. That's always the risk. We don't anticipate that.
Okay.
We do our best, even in rough estimates, to provide, and I'll look for Matt and Eric to correct me because it's been too many years for me, but we really look for that 10%, 15%, that tight of a number. We don't want to project 1 million and then council's entertaining 5. Not where we want to put you.
Okay,
Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and I apologize if I'm stepping too far into operations, just, tell me to go away. With Leslieville in particular, would the fact that we have a cistern that we used to fill tenders with at the old Leslieville Fire Hall play a role in? Because then you're not pulling from all the way on the other side of the highway, you have one on this side of the highway. And historically, we've been able to pull out a lobstick. Is there an opportunity to put a dry hydrant there? It could benefit the Elks Hall and the Leslieville Hall, and 2 birds, 1 stone, because we have historically pulled out a lobstick. So maybe those are a couple of options. Again, I apologize, I know they're operational requests, but just some thoughts.
Mr. Martinson?
Yes, we have got the old Leslieville Hall in our consideration as far as the numbers they're crunching. It's not as much of a capacity issue as much of it's a pumping issue right now when it comes from our sources. We have the volumes, we think, with the pond and the cisterns at the new Leslieville Hall. Lobstick is potentially a good source up until winter when it gets fairly low, and so they're aware of it, and whether it can be used as a source, I think is something they're looking at. I do have some confirmation on the dates of the halls. Leslieville was built in 1974, Dovercourt 1984, and Dovercourt was a replacement of a smaller, older hall, but the current structure was built in 1984. There was a significant addition done in 1980 to Leslieville, and that's when we get those newer additions. So those are the final, kind of the more detailed numbers that I gave earlier.
Perfect, thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. What would be the issues around deferring any of this work?
Well, I think for starters, the halls are in a bit of occupancy purgatory when it comes to what they can advertise their occupancy as, because you know, in order to get the occupancy that they have, the fire departments have to issue a final inspection, and they can't do that until these things are cleaned up. So you know, that's sort of the is there imminent, you know, is the roof falling in? No. But it's putting them in a position where, you know, we're technically not operating with proper certification, and we're working with the fire department. They've said as long as we're progressing on these issues, they're going to continue to collaborate in this fashion with us. But you know, they do need to get sorted out. Whether we're here to help in what manner, I guess, is the discussion we're having right now.
Follow up? Go ahead.
So, postponing any of this work would mean that the halls could not operate or at reduced capacity?
Maybe both, depending on, you know, like we're talking about a suite of multiple halls. Some of them we've identified the issues, some of them we have not. But yeah, the answer could be both. Could be one or more.
Okay, thank you. If we don't have our community halls, I think that forces our residents into centralized facilities and that's certainly undesirable.
Just a little bit more background. I remember when the past council, when we started down the road as far as assisting our community halls with, you know, there was only a couple of policies that our community halls in the past could access, and past council recognized that, and we started an annual assistance program, you could say, and then COVID hit, and then we know a lot of our halls had to close down because they could not, do those events that are without 6 feet distancing, et cetera, that were upon us. So I agree with you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Our community halls are necessary. They're a big part of the fabric of the community, the rural community. But I also understand that some halls haven't been able to keep up with the capital maintenance in a lot of this, and that's where everything is starting to get timed out in our infrastructure and going down this road. Who knew how hard this was going to hit? So this is basically our first hit and our first blush on what's really happening in the infrastructure. I appreciate the sea level of engineering that's happened, because it kind of gives an overall bird's eye view of what's been happening. I appreciate that the fact that some of these halls recognize that they have a deficiency coming, they want to renovate, and they have some funds put aside, which is fantastic. But like all things, it's everything's getting more expensive, and not everybody has the volunteer time like they used to back in the day. So some of this stuff has to be contracted out. So with recognizing that, looking at further discussion on what council would like to do, and I'll just quickly go over to Ms. Serhan first, and I'll come back to you, Deputy Reeve.
Yeah, so I just wanted to chime in there on Councillor Ratcliffe's question, and you touched on it briefly there, is that postponing also increases the cost of any facility upgrade. We've seen in the past, and especially the most recent past, that facility renovations or new builds are just climbing in cost year over year. So,
Deputy Reeve Milhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. How much are we into this already, right, in like engineering costs, et cetera? Because this has been borne by the county already, right?
Yeah, so are you talking specifically like in general, the community hall, funding in general, or specific towards Dovercourt or Leslieville?
Either one.
Right, yeah, I mean, so I think we have probably, by the end of this year, we'll have allocated, or we have spent about $100,000 on, providing Dovercourt with their funding, both design, the engineering costs, and then the actual grant. And so that was what was budgeted for, this year, was $100,000 for that project. And so we're just getting started with these, actual renovations. Even though this funding has been available for some time, it's really been thought of as if a non-insurable roof issue sneaks up, we get a massive roof issue that's non-insurable, you know, but now they've shimmied into this code upgrade realm. So we've been spending a lot more through there. So for this year, for 2024, it'll be $100,000.
Supplementary?
You bet.
I'm team community hall. I always have been team community hall. They are the hubs within our communities. But do we have a trigger point at which spending more to fix something is more costly than starting again? Do we have like a trigger point for that? Not saying that we should be getting rid of a community hall in an area, but is there a time when we go, it is not worth fixing and we need to rebuild this?
Yeah, I think that information would be brought to council either in we have to rebuild or we can live without it. And I think for a community hall with the occupancy that we have in Leslieville or Dovercourt, that's got to be in the millions of dollars for a facility that large. Those hard decisions will be, I think, in my opinion, will be born once we get into some of the smaller community halls where they have less life expectancy. We have some that are, 60s even. These facilities, with the occupants they have, and a little bit of an upgrade today could provide this community service for 20 or 30 years. A $500,000 investment divided over that time frame isn't a lot of money when the new build costs that we're seeing are what they are. $500,000 doesn't, build a very big structure anymore. So yes, though there is a go, no go sort of line that we need to have those discussions, whether it's build, just demolish and live without. But we don't believe we're there yet. If you do, we certainly can go back and do some more information gathering along that realm. But I don't think we are here with Leslieville or Dovercourt. Certainly not with Dovercourt. We're already well into that fix for a reasonable amount of money. But down the line, we believe we could be in those discussions.
Deputy Reeve Swanson?
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, it was more of a wholesome, because we have a lot of halls to discuss. It's not just Leslieville and Dovercourt. This will unfortunately be a continued issue. I will make the motion that the committee recommends that council allocate an additional $300,000 for the 2025 Emergent Facility Grant funding for community halls budget for a total of $400,000. I think it's important that we support our community halls. And I also would like us to look at different advocacy efforts towards the building code and fire code requirements. I think that they are not taking into account these rural areas that don't have a fire hall that's full-time staff that has a hydrant outside its door. I think we need to take the opportunity to also advocate, whether that's by way of resolution or something. We need to advocate for these rural communities that still deserve to have these types of services within them. And it should not be just the urban centers and urban-centered fire and building codes.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I will definitely be supporting this motion. We need to keep our community halls going. And these two in particular, Dovercourt and Leslieville, are active enough to justify that additional investment.
Thank you. And thank you for the motion, Deputy Reeve. I'm understand that these are their two larger halls, and I am pro-community hall as well. But there was an opportunity, I felt, when there was an opportunity in Leslieville when there was a, you know, to have two halls right across the street from each other, the Elks Hall and the Leslieville Hall. I know they're two distinct communities or societies, but at the end of the day, there was an opportunity there to create something together, in my opinion. But it is what it is at that, what they wanted to do. It's beautiful, and to put something in on a 1974 building, $500,000 again, I'm struggling with that one. Perhaps there's a way to, like Deputy Reeve has said, to talk to safety codes and find an opportunity for these rural halls to not be up to a standard that is expected with large populations like an urban. We'll be going down this in Nordegg, we'll be going down this in Caroline, we'll be going down this with other halls in our community as well. So with that. All right, motion on the floor. Any more comments or questions? Oh, go ahead, Ms. Sarhan.
Yeah, so just to reiterate my first comment, so this would be a 1% tax rate increase for this to be funded through the ratepayers.
Okay. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Just confirming, come budget time, there's a lot of adjustments that can be made to ensure that this isn't a 1% increase. Projects can be shuffled, projects can be canceled, etc. We're making an assumption on a 1% tax increase on a budget that has not been finalized, correct?
Ms. Sarhan?
Correct, but there's a lot of projects that are not currently funded. So the only projects that are funded into the future are the ones that are recurring and year-over-year projects for capital. So just reiterating that there will need to be a funding source identified other than tax increase if that is the case. However, there's a limited amount of those options.
Okay, thank you. All right, motion on the go ahead, Mr. Councillor Cermak.
So then, Rhonda, stating what you said, to cover this, it would take 1% to cover the 400,000. That's just so that I know in my pea-sized brain that it takes 1% to make 400,000 in our county. Is that correct?
Ms. Sarhan?
Yeah, it's about 125,000 for 1% currently.
Okay, so then we would have a little surplus with
Yes.
the 1%.
Yes,
Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Deputy Reeve Melhoff has made the motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? No, motion's carried. Thank you. All right, moving along to 4.2, the Caroline Arena Complex Code Compliance Upgrades. I'm moving that back to you, Director Martinson.
In the same sort of realm that we talked with the, the halls, the Caroline Arena Complex has, portions of the Caroline Arena Complex has had also a need for some upgrades when it comes to occupancy, and we've been working with the Ag Society Board, who manage the facility on behalf of council through the agreement that we have with the Ag Society to do so. And so there's been, some work done there. The Ag Society had asked us to look at what work needed to be done to continue to host the Bolorama with 1,500 occupancy. So we did that work. The Ag Society declined to continue to want to hold that event because it was a significant upgrade, which would have included sprinkling and large changes to the exterior of the building to allow for egress of that amount of people. So they asked then our engineer to redesign a project that would include the traditional occupancy of the arena, which would be 350 to 400 people to hold more traditional events like hockey, like 4-H, that didn't have, number one, that volume, 1,500 people, and number two, a liquor license requirement. So that work's been ongoing this year, and with the change in vision for what the facility sees its future to be, the work that we have scheduled now to finish up the renovations and get us back to a place where we can get an occupancy permit for that 350 or 400 is now complete and should be underway and wrapping up within a year or so. And the work can be covered under the Ag Society's own emergency surpluses that they hold for capital improvements for the building, similar fund that they utilized to replace their roof recently. So that is the kind of update there. At the last meeting that we attended, there was some discussion about the ice plant and what risk the ice plant has. So we kind of scrambled to get a quote together at what a inspection would look like, and we threw a placeholder number in for this meeting's purpose, but we actually did get the details back, and we can do that inspection this year within the budget we have. It'll only cost us about $25,000 to get that inspection done, and we are planning to do that this year, so that hopefully we can have better information for the Ag Society's grant purposes, but also for council. No doubt we would, have to provide some funding for that as well. We're also going to do a concrete inspection and supporting piping, just to complete that. So that will be complete this year, and we'll work with the Ag Society on providing that information and help them with their grant. Councillor Cermak provided in his council update recently that there is some administrative work to be done on ownership and things, and we can straighten that out and work with the Ag Society to do that. So the ice plant the issues with the ice plant and a potential solution should be known before budget, and we can provide council more information from there. So those are some big ticket issues that are getting ticked off with the Carolina Arena as well. And again, just continued investment in an older building, but an important building. Yeah, I think that's everything I had to share about the Caroline project.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you. I guess my question would be around what that $25,000 assessment would give us. It's obviously not just a walk through the building and a thumbs up or a thumbs down. I would assume some engineering reports, perhaps maybe some potential solutions. Is that what we expect for that?
Yeah, the assessment will tell us what, if any, life's left in the current plant, when we need to replace it, how roughly we can replace it, and then will help us understand, number one, a rough budget for a new system and when that new system would need to be scheduled, but also information that you would need to write a grant. Because the grantor needs to know what you're asking for, when you're asking for it, how you're gonna do that. So that would be what we're gonna be getting from an assessment. It won't fix the problem, but it'll definitely identify what the problem is and how to fix it.
Okay. Any further comments, questions? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. As I understand this, so correct me if I'm wrong, that the upgrades are projected at around 300,000, but for an additional 700,000, we could have a facility that could support these larger ag events. So, is that correct? The facilities here in town they really don't want any ag events in there that require dirt or sawdust or whatever on them. So it seems to me that we might have an ag facility that could handle a fairly large population for not that large of an investment.
Director Martinson?
Yeah, so, the Caroline Egg Society did mull that question over whether that $700,000 investment was worth it for 2 months of the year in an arena, because this is a hockey arena. Its primary function is to serve, I shouldn't say a hockey arena, this is an ice arena. My apologies to our ratepayers that play ringette and figure skating and just skating. It is an ice arena. That's what it was designed for. That is what it's operated as. And so, trying to balance whether that 2 months of the year, 6 weeks of the year, when the ice is out, if it's worth putting that $700,000 to do a 1, 2, maybe 3 events. That was a tough decision. The Egg Society mulled over for a good chunk of this spring. And that's, you know, we gave them the numbers to be able to make what we thought was a very educated decision, and they made that decision. This is council's facility in the sense that you provide all the funding to provide it. You provide the Egg Society an operating agreement. We don't own it. The Village of Caroline owns it. We do lease it. But in essence, it's council's money that funding it. So council, I suppose, could make decisions but council has chosen to provide the Ag Society with an operating agreement that really allows them to make those decisions. So it would be, you know, a potential change in agreements and in bylaws if council wanted to be more hands-on with those day-to-day decisions. Though you do have full control over the budget, what goes and what doesn't. But yeah, hopefully that helps answer that question.
Okay. Follow-up for that?
Please.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Something that this council continues to discuss and the previous councils have discussed is an ag rec facility with a significant price tag. This would be a way to prove if the Caroline Ag Society wanted to go in a different direction. This could be a way to prove the value of further investment in an ag facility.
Thank you for the comment. Did you want to provide comment?
I didn't hear a
Dr.
question there.
Nope,
Oh.
nope, was no question.
A comment, though.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Cermak, then I'll go to Councillor Graham.
Yeah, I just want to clarify a little bit of stuff. I say that your figures here are 300,000. At the Ag Board, I thought it was 335,000 that the engineering firm gave us. And that was about a month before our ice went out this year at the Ag Society. And we asked Kelly to get us some bid prices and stuff and continue with that work. And we wanted to have it done before the ice went back in August. And the engineering company has not given the Ag Society anything to work with yet. Do you know where any of this stands, Matt? At our last meeting, it was brought up and nobody had any information from the engineering firm where our bids were or what was up or what had stopped him from not moving ahead with our request, because we had the money to do this $335,000 renovation, so we could have 350. Because next year we would love to have a heifer show in there after the 4-H and other, maybe a light horse show and stuff like that. We've already put one of our members, Mr. Hunter, in charge of that to look into getting it programmed. He's already got sponsors from some major machinery companies to help finance it all. So we were just wondering, I shouldn't say we, I should say I am wondering where it's at.
Director Martinson?
Yeah, so we are working, closely with the Ag Society. As you know, we've been there. We've provided a tremendous amount of information, and some of that information does start to get confusing as it stacks up with different directions we want to go to. So yeah, I think as far as the 300 or 330, there could be little things chunked out of there like the mezzanine, and I don't want to get that granular with this, and I know you do because you sit on that board, but to answer the question as far as this spring, we provided that information to the Ag Society. Do you want to do the sprinkler build, the full-on 1,500 Bolorama build, or do you want to go the other way? And so we had to wait to get that direction before we could start doing too much of the detailed design that's needed to get quotes. There was no point doing that in both directions, and some of that work was differing. So that work's ongoing. As you know, the Ag Society's had leadership change, and so that's who we're communicating with and how and stuff has also been a little bit challenging at times, but we're committed to it. Whether the needle gets threaded in that 2-month period is hard, to design an entire project to go in 2 months. I'm not sure, exactly, but we are continuing to progress, and our hopes is that project will be completed, in the timeframes that we've discussed. So we'll check and make sure that the information that you guys are needing, is going to get there, and it's our understanding that it will be.
Follow up?
Yes, I agree 100% with that, and I'm sure that we do want to go ahead with that, because we just can't see spending $1 million over there on an ice surface. It's only going to be not in ice use less than 2 months, because we're planning on, or the Ag Society is planning on maybe a bigger hockey school, inviting Calgary and Edmonton to participate if they want. So I would like to make a motion that the council advocates $70,000 in ag and community service operating budget. I don't have my glasses on, so I can't read very well. To inspect the mechanical cooling and tubing systems in the Kurt Browning Arena in 2025.
Thank you for the motion. All right, comments on the motion, and now we'll go to Councillor Graham.
I think this relates enough to the motion. If the amalgamation does go through, does that provide grant opportunities for this? Sorry if that's not a fair question.
I would say it changes grant opportunities. Every grant comes with different conditions. There are different opportunities for infrastructure when we own it versus when it's arm's length and run by a society. So it would change grant opportunities. Whether that's to positive or negative, Councillor Graham would have to see. But
Okay. Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. As you stated, Director Martinson, that we lease this building from the village. In that lease agreement or rec agreement or any of the above, what is the village's contributing amount to this piece of infrastructure that they actually own?
Currently, they do not contribute to any of the maintenance capital costs to add or improve the property. They provide a small amount of operating rec funding to community groups. they have a member on the board, but as far as their contributions directly to the facility, they do not contribute in this manner. The county and user fees and third-party grants make up the Ag Society's revenue. And then the Ag Society's good at going after grants, third-party grants, meaning money not coming from us, but we do make up the village's majority share of revenue directly from council contributions.
Okay. Thank you. All right, motion on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Just to clear one little thing up, everybody knows that I sit on the board and I promote Caroline a lot. But the village of Caroline makes it very clear every year that they supply water to the facility at no cost. That's what they give to the Ag Society.
Okay.
My apologies.
So it's a pretty small amount of money that they give. And they make sure that every new member on the committee knows that.
Thank you, Councillor Cermak. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I definitely support the Caroline Ag Facility. I get to spend a lot of time in there, particularly around 4-H time. And I will be supporting that motion for this reason. I don't want to see 4-H have to leave our community, which it will absolutely end up having to do if we don't support programs like this. I do struggle with supporting a facility another municipality owns. I struggle with that. But I do value that facility, and I do understand that we play a vital role within the village of Caroline, and for that reason I will be supporting the motion on the floor here today.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. I appreciate the fact that the Ag Society are making concessions in regards to the repairs that are needed, but still going forward, finding ideas outside the box to continue to occupy that space to the maximum amount that they can. So I will be supporting the motion on the floor and understanding too where Deputy Reeve Melhoff is coming from. Yes, to fund a facility outside, it's no different than the rec agreement that we have with the town. And I also understand that it's been through time immemorial for some of this stuff. So to reverse the wheel is really, we need to be looking forward. And I think the collaboration coming forward in the future, like as Director Martin has indicated that the Caroline Ag Society has been successful in the past with their granting process, and we wish them continued success in doing that because that helps everyone. So with that, Councillor Lahi.
Thank you, and I'd just like to appreciate what Councillor Cermak said about the village providing the water, although we know the water is only a small part of the contribution. As the previous item indicated to us, it's really creating that infrastructure and being able to supply that water that is the true cost. We do appreciate that Caroline does supply water to that facility.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah. I just want to say that, yes, you are putting money into a different municipality, but probably, I would guess, in my opinion, probably 85% of the use of that building that Clearwater County finances probably benefits 85% is county people that use that facility. Sure, the businesses in Caroline certainly benefit from having it there, and they appreciate that. But I think that whole southeast corner of our county is taken care of because it's there.
You bet. Thank you. So motion on the floor by Councillor Cermak that Council allocates $70,000 to the Ag and Community Services 2025 operating budget to inspect the mechanical cooling and tubing systems at the Kirk Browning Arena. All right. No further lights on. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. Moving on then to item 4.3, the Ferrier Hall request for funding. going back again to Director Martinson.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Our last one regarding community buildings. And so council just recently received an update from the Ferrier Community Center regarding their new build project to replace the old Ferrier Community Hall. And so I don't think there's any need to go through the details yet, or again, as council just recently seen that presentation. But the summary is that the Ferrier Community Association did ask the county to provide $200,000 to join a CFIP application of $125,000 to finish the project and make up an outstanding amount yet to come. So I think if there is any questions about that, I'd be happy to answer, but I'd turn it back over to Reeve Swanson.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have confirmation that this will meet the current building and fire code occupancy requirements for a building of this size? I don't want us to support building a build and then have to turn around and do a whole bunch of upgrades to a building because it doesn't meet the code requirements that the other buildings are happening to be upgraded to.
Yes, we believe for the intended occupancy, again, we work on what the intended occupancy is based on, a rough desire from the builder. So, yeah, it's been designed and built so far to the current standards. Again, a lot of that does have to do with the structure itself, but a lot of it also has to do with the FF&E or the final fixtures and fittings and things, doors and hardware and bump hardware and fire panels and things. So a lot of that is yet to come, as I think the word they used or that was talked about at the presentation is they have the shell of the building up and they're working now on finishing, the inside. So there'll be a final inspection, of course, and nothing is really guaranteed until that final inspection is done. And so, but to answer the question, it is our understanding to this point that has been done and it is underway.
Thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Yes, thank you. I think the Ferrier community would welcome a review from our fire service in that regard as well.
Thank you. So I'm just reading here. So in regards to the ask is a letter of support for matching CFIP grant and a grant for $200,000. So grand total will be $320,000 then altogether. Because the grant, to me, the letter, okay, or please clarify, sorry.
Yeah, so a letter of support suggesting that we would put $200,000 in. Their CFIP would be 125, and then they have 60,000 funds remaining from support from the past, whether that's county contributions from the past, community fundraising. That's the total outstanding costs $355 to complete the build. The county portion potentially would be $200,000 if council granted their ask.
And quick question in regards to, they have mentioned too, their casino. On average, what is the casino payouts have been in the past? Because I know they vary from area to area. I know the last time I worked a casino was for the Masters Games and we had to go to the city in order to get a substantive payout. Otherwise, we weren't, it was minimal, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to answer that without understanding exactly what, they've applied for and where they plan on going for their casino. So it varies so widely from 5,000 to maybe even 20,000. I've seen I've also heard those days are maybe, gone to, from some community groups, the heyday of, you know, sending lots of volunteers, getting 3 days in a big city community, casino. So, yeah, that wouldn't be an answer I could answer with any kind of accuracy.
Thank you. I know the rest of us have been to RMA, and that question gets asked every time in regards to the minister, usually in the bullpen session. So, yeah, about equalizing that. Which front? Councillor Ratcliffe.
I need to provide some clarification here, and there's confusion over which hat I'm wearing. The last casinos have typically been in the 18 to 22,000, so not significant in relation to this number. The other part is that the CFIP grant application has already been submitted, and one of the requirements is showing the funds in your account to cover your portion. So if this is in 2025, that means the community would have to withdraw from that grant application and try again next year. And construction would soon come to a halt.
Thank you for the information. Is there anything further that council would like, the committee, would like in regards to information? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I would be remiss if I didn't advocate for this project. Despite it being in, the location being in Division 5, Division 1 residents obviously utilize this. We share a border along Highway 11A there. This community has worked very hard to build this facility with fundraising efforts, et cetera, and a huge community support for this. I would recommend to council that we consider council consider funding for the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations. And I would also love our community group and our fire services group to sit down with the Ferrier Community Hall and confirm that they are going to be meeting the same requirements. As Councillor Ratcliffe has indicated, that they would welcome that type of interaction. So I think that it'd be prudent of us to do that very thing.
That brings up a question for me in regards to the that particular ask. Would that be a cost for another, like we did with the past Overcourt in Leslieville? Was that going to be to that extent, or would that just be a conversation?
There'd be a cost to having, you know, our engineers evaluated from a building code perspective. I can't speak for fire when it comes to fire code, but how much of a cost, I don't know. Likely we could cover it within our existing community hall budget to help everybody. So yeah, I think it's something that we could definitely, helping the Ferrier Community Hall would definitely be in our best interests, as the Deputy Reeve has pointed out. So I think we can easily do that. To what capacity, I'm just not in a position to say right this moment.
Okay, thank you. All right, Councillor Cermak.
Would there not be engineered plans for that building? Stamped engineered plans to meet building code before it was built or being built?
Dr. Martinson?
I would assume so. Again, I'm not managing this project. This is a community hall association that's the owner of their own building. It is the county's land. We did issue a development permit for it. That does include a building, fire code, and all those things. So I do not have any of that in front of me right now. And I just cannot for certainty state yes or no with anything that I haven't looked into. But yeah, the assumptions are that, and that's why I'm expecting an easy nod to that, you know, and so, but I can't sitting here without having the file in front of me or any of that, answer that question definitively.
Follow up?
I agree that this whole needs the 200,000 to continue, but I guess I would like to see something in this motion saying that, yes, we're gonna approve the 200,000 if there's a building inspection done or a stamped engineered funds and the fire code is met at today's standards. And I would like to see that in that motion.
Friendly amendment, looking at Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Well, it's not friendly, but you can make a motion to amend my motion or a follow-up motion, because it would not meet the definition of a friendly amendment. It changes the concept. Not that I don't disagree with you, because I agree. It just is not technically considered friendly at that point.
Okay.
But you can make a motion to amend my motion.
So, Councilor Cermak, would you like to make a motion to amend the motion?
But we can't do it in a second motion.
You can for an amendment.
And I'd like to see those two articles dropped.
So in asking, you want to make an amendment to the motion?
Yes.
Okay, so the motion on the floor to amend the motion first. All right, any comments, questions on that? Councilor Ratcliffe, is this a comment, question in regards to the amendment? No? Okay, just making sure. All right, I'll call the question. Sorry, clarification, go ahead. Okay. Okay. For sure. Okay.
I want to know that the
Councilor-
building is to fire code and that it's to building code as of this date. So that it meets both. That we don't give $200,000 and then find out that it needs another 200,000 because it doesn't meet code. I want to be assured.
Don't know what the motion is, but
So,
I can understand the rationale as a recommendation to council anyway, so.
yes,
Thank you.
so I believe Councilor Cermak was, yes, those were, he would like, the original motion was just to approve. Councilor Cermak would like to amend to include both those particular things, fire and building code. And that's what we will be voting to amend, amend the motion, so, original motion. Everybody's clear as mud? Go ahead.
The original motion is contingent on them meeting the all building and fire codes? Okay.
Correct. All right. So, Councilor Ratcliffe, comment on the amendment? Okay, just making sure. All right, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? Of amending. Okay, so that is carried. Now, Councilor Ratcliffe, you could make your motion, or Councilor Cermak, you could make your, thank you. Okay,
That council takes administration, advises administration to look into making sure that this building meets the fire code and the building code as of this date.
okay. All right. Any comments or questions of the, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is that achievable?
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's definitely achievable.
Okay.
Okay. Any other comments, questions? Okay, go ahead, Councilor Lougheed.
I know Councilor Cermak added, as of this date, this is an uncompleted building. It probably won't have those occupancy, fire code regulations until the building was completed. Maybe there's some way to, if you want it as of this date, that they'd indicate plans to do that, or drawings that would indicate, but I don't think you're gonna be able to pass an inspection until it's built.
For clarification then, Councilor Cermak, is what you're asking is that the fire and building codes are being met as of plans and what is being done to date?
Yes.
The building.
Engineering plans, stamped engineered plans. And they should have all the fire codes and everything in the engineered stamp drawings what has to be into that building.
Clarification? Or more
They would
comment?
have firewalls, fire doors, all of that in the stamped engineer drawings. And I just want to be assured that it's there.
So clarification in that, or go ahead.
There is a
Derek.
drawing, that, so basically you're saying there needs to be a drawing.
Engineer stamped drawings.
Yep, okay. But they don't actually have to follow that drawing, is what you're, because I don't want to get caught up in semantics and words where we're putting, I believe we want to put a requirement that this building is going to be built to those standards.
Yes.
And at some point of time, there's an inspection that confirms that it was built to that engineered standard. So I don't want to set a community up for failure saying that you have to meet something right now that you can't meet right now, other than having the best of intentions to meet it. I'm just not sure exactly where we're going on this.
Well, I think you have to have some assurance that that building is going to meet the codes that are set at this time and date.
Well, I'd anticipate, and through your chairmanship, chairpersonship, that anybody that's constructing a building would want to get that final inspection so they can get occupancy to actually put people in it. I mean, that's the end goal of having this building functional and usable and meeting all the standards. I think that's part of what we're doing here is helping give some assurances that there is a budget for them to complete the building so the community can use it, as opposed to maybe hanging it up in limbo until some point of time that it gets completed. I'm just not sure. It's chicken and egg stuff, and I'm not sure how we get around that.
I believe Councillor Cermak's intent was to ensure that if the support for the 200,000 is that there's a checkpoint at some point in time to assure that if we're going to be providing the grant, that there's some assurances throughout this process, even through the building process, that there's no surprises at the end of the project. And that, I think that's the whole intent of his motion, is to ensure that there is to date, things have been done in that accordance. It's not necessarily, I agree with you, the plans are there, but we just want to ensure that there's nothing missed in the process. He's trying to be proactive, I guess. That's where I'm at. It's a proactive thing.
Honorable intention, and I just don't want us to get caught up in
For sure.
process that it limits a valuable project to our community, one
Sure.
that's going to be well supported and well deserved and well needed. I think it'll be the beginning of a new generation of community centers within our region. I applaud their efforts. I just don't want to get in the way of that either. So
For sure.
And I just don't want to see any shortcuts taken from here on in.
Mr. Han?
Maybe the solution is to have the engineering confirm that the budget asked would be enough dollars to complete the building to the current fire and building codes. If the hall is asking for release of funds before they've finished the project, before they've asked for, or you have nothing to inspect before you're releasing the funds, right? I think that's the issue. And if the engineer could confirm that those dollars would cover finishing that project to meet fire and building code.
Very well put.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
So, Mr. Rick Emmons would like to have a say.
Okay, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you. I appreciate the intent of the conversation and the driver. But this is the difficulty with two hats. I don't want to pit my director against the president / counselor. I would respectfully ask that another designate be appointed for the Ferrier, because if we're gonna get into any conversations where there's grants, money attached to conditions, I don't think it's fair on my director to have that conversation with a counselor.
Yep, I agree. So with that, I'm asking Counselor Cermak, when Ms. Serhan was making her comment, would you like to wordsmith your motion to what Ms. Serhan had intended? Yes. Okay. Okay, so Ms. Serhan captured what you were trying to put forth.
Yep.
Okay. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Prior to calling a vote on this, can we confirm what that is? And then I do have a question for Director Martinson. We typically build agreements for funding. Would this be no different, where we can build an agreement that amplifies the conversation we had here today without being overly onerous on the county and or the community group? Because I believe we're all rowing the boat towards the same common goal. We don't want to make it more onerous, but we still need to ensure that there is an agreement in place, I would presume.
Director Martinson?
Yes, there would be an agreement. That is how we like to do it always now. You know, we really would like to say we're past the days of delegations coming to council, getting a few $100,000 with no structure around it and going. Like that, we did that back in the day and it served its purpose then. Now, anything significant that's not covered under a specific policy has an agreement. So yes, we would have that agreement. It balances protecting our risk versus allowing the flexibility. There's a reason why we choose these models of having Ag Society run our arena responsibilities, if I can put it that way, or having community groups run community halls. There's efficiency in free volunteer labor. There's innovation in communities choosing their own destiny. And so there's a balance there between not handcuffing these folks so much. And I think we like to strike that in our 2 or 3 page agreements. There was some wisdom shared at one of the last meetings about how many pages to an agreement, complicating things. And I think to a certain extent that's true when it comes to these direct community group agreements. They're not getting lawyers to vet their side of it. So it truly is that high-end expectation management. And so that would include this funding, because there is no new community building policy that this structure's under that has an application. So it would be a unilateral, bilateral agreement between us and the community hall, as it would be with any funding of this nature to the community. And I think we can structure it so that we can do a quick review of the plans as well as the permits pulled to date. But as was mentioned, the final occupancy is done at the end when everything's complete. We won't know until then. So there is a bit of a balance with trying to put some structure around this. But again, there's a bit of risk in the way we doing it. There's less risk in holding the funds and doing everything ourselves. There's higher cost, less innovation, less support from the community. Community support projects that they're literally swinging hammers on. And so that is the value of community-driven efforts that we tend to favor here.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Could I suggest that for the comfort of Director Martinson and myself, we table this and invite another representative from Ferrier to answer these questions even later today?
Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I don't think that I need to hear personally from the Ferrier Community Association, because if they're able to provide the drawings and stuff to staff, I think that would meet the spirit of the amendment that Councillor Cermak is making. I don't know that it needs to be a delegation to all of council. I don't know that there's something directly that the Ferrier Community Group could answer that the group couldn't give to Director Martinson, and if they couldn't, then I would assume that Director Martinson would come back to council and be like, okay, this is where we're at. But I could be completely wrong, but I personally don't think that there's anything the community group can answer that would change my position on this or give me information I need in order to make a decision.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. Councillor Stomach, or Councillor Ratcliffe?
There's a couple of more pieces of information that need to be presented around timing.
All right. I'm going to call a 5-minute break so that we can get the wording correct for the motion, and give us a chance to have a quick break before we have I believe a 10:30 delegation. So let's break for about 7-8 minutes, please. And welcome back from our break from our Strategic Planning Committee of a Whole. Have an amendment on the floor made by Councillor Cermak that the engineer confirmed that the additional funds would be enough to complete the fire and building codes. So that would be an amendment to the original motion, which is to, that Deputy Reeve Melhoff made, which to recommend to council that consider funding for the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations. So, again, amendments on the floor. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. This topic puts me in an uncomfortable position of trying to wear two hats and walk two different lines at the same time. So even though the MGA permits this, I, with council's permission, feel I should withdraw from this conversation.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe will recuse. Okay. Any further discussion on the amendment? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
As long as it does not, like I said, we're rowing the boat in the same direction. And I think that we should be supporting this, and if that is going to give council more comfort, I would be in favor of that amendment.
Okay, thank you. All right, any more comments on the amendment? See no lights, I will call the question. All those in favor of the amendment? And that motion's carried. Yep. Go ahead, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you very much. Maybe the committee might want to table this for the delegation and pick it up after. My understanding is there might be some clarification required from committee member Ratcliffe that the money may be needed in 2024, not 25. And if that's the case, that has to go to council for approval, not this committee, because it's no longer a recommendation. We need a decision.
Okay, so it's no more. So with that, the amendment is still approved, but the final motion could be tabled. Okay, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
That's what I was looking for clarification of. So I can make the motion to postpone my original motion, the amended motion,
Yeah.
till later in the meeting. I will make that motion.
Thank you.
So just
Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
that was a motion that this committee recommends to council to consider funding? Okay.
Yes.
And we're postponing it.
So this is
And we're
kind of,
postponing it.
this is practice, right? Okay.
All right, Deputy Reeve Melhoff has made a motion to postpone the motion, postpone the item. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. All right. And we will get Councillor Ratcliffe back here to move on to item 4.4. And we have an electronic delegation as well, so once he returns, we'll do quick introductions and go from there. See some. Nobody's coming back this way into the room, so maybe if you're comfortable, Mr. Martinson, we can just start. Can we do a quick round of introductions first? Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and we are going to do our introduction, so I'll start on my right with Division 2.
Hello, I'm Sydney Graham, Councillor for Division 2.
Good morning, Daryl Lougheed, Councillor, Division 3.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Division 1 and Deputy Reeve.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Division 7.
Good morning, Brian Cermak, Councillor for Division 6.
Good morning. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services.
Good morning, Rhonda Sirhan, Manager of Financial Services.
Good morning, Eric Hansen, Director of Public Works.
And we'll switch back here. We missed, we're doing introductions, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Good morning, Neil Ratcliffe, Councillor for Division 5.
And our CEO.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Thank you. And so now we'll turn the floor over to Director Martinson to open the agenda item.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And maybe before we get going, I'll just ask Richard and Kristen to introduce themselves and share a little bit about what they've done to help us to this point, and then I'll take council through a summary presentation about the project. So go ahead, Richard.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, councillors. It's great to be here. My name is Richard Cook. I'm one of the owners and principals of Lees & Associates, and we are a specialist cemetery business planning and design company. And we have helped communities like yours over the last 25 years, right across Canada and the US. And I head up the cemetery practice at the company, and been working with your team and Matt for the last 2 years, and delighted to have got to this point.
Thank you, Richard. I'll just in the interest of time, I'll just jump right into the presentation, summary presentation of kind of where we started and how we got here as far as the few slides go. So if we could get them to pop up, Mike. Yeah, no worries. It's a 10-man job over there.
Oh, other one. You're doing well. Awesome. Awesome. So there we go. The starting picture is the location that we're proposing, that we've made a lot of assumptions to date based on, and so that is the old burrow pit up above Nordegg, and so we'll get into how we landed there. As Richard mentioned, we're very pleased to be able to have Lees on our team. As Richard also mentioned, they are cemetery specialists when it comes to helping municipalities, church and community groups build and operate cemeteries, and so they're working with us on this project. They're also working with us on our cemetery bylaw as well, so that we can be in compliance with the Cemeteries Act and help manage all of our cemeteries, whether we own them or whether we assist community groups in operating them. So the agenda here is just project background, give you an update on the cemetery design and internment capacity, project timelines and next steps, and then a brief look at the construction budget. And as I mentioned, all these budgets that we're presenting today, we hope to still do some tweaking and hopefully refinement as we go. So the project goals were to create much needed inventory in Nordegg as far as our projected expectation that the current cemetery will run out of capacity in and around 2027. The goal was to create a park-like cemetery that frames our natural surroundings, because that is Nordegg's best feature, obviously, is its location and the natural environment around it. And we want to create a cemetery for that community that serves them for the next 100 years. Project background to date, we started collecting data in September 2022. We did an initial site visit in the summer of 2022. We did a conceptual design in the spring of 2023. We held consultations via an open house with that community the summer of 2023. And this spring, we've gotten to about a 50% detailed design stage prior to checking in with council today. Site selection, as I mentioned, the old Nordegg, what we call burrow pit, was identified as our, if we could move those slides a little bit to the site selection there,
Continue there to the next one. Right there, you can see some pictures of the test digs that we did pretty well all around Nordegg. I mean, we dug a hole everywhere the county owned land around Nordegg, and then even on some provincially owned land near the town site of Nordegg, through the industrial subdivision, pretty well everywhere. And you can see, you know, on some of our holes filled up with water. Absolutely not a great place for planting grave sites. Also, you know, sloughing in. So even if they didn't hold up on water, some sites sloughed in because of, you know, the soil conditions, whether it's coarse textured or unconsolidated soils. And so those areas were ruled out as well. And so, you know, the old Burrow Pit site was chosen because it was one of the very few, or the only site that had really great conditions for grave site in our test dig, and you can see a picture there of our test dig. So we started doing a concept design based on that site, and sort of the design intent was to celebrate the existing landscape and characters. So we'll be using the mound as a feature, you know, in the site, which allows for, you know, an additional viewscape that wasn't already accessible without the mound. We want to enhance and frame those mountain views, and we want to create connections to the town and nearby recreational amenities, you know, including trail connections and connections into our trestles, historic trestles and mine site. Also, we want to offer a variety of modern memorialization interment options. You know, I think that the numbers are somewhere in the 70 to 80% of all interments are sorry, the words behooving me, or I've lost the word, but cremations. Thank you, Councillor Radcliffe. So, you know, that's a significant change since you know, a lot of cemeteries were developed. We were interring cremations in full-size plots, and that's not a effective use of space. So this new cemetery design includes, you know, the new realities of today's service options that the community desires. You see a picture of the new cemetery concept design there with phase one, you know, including the following amenities: casket, burial, cremation, burial, and a scattering area. And then you can see sort of concept pictures of what some of these amenities could look like in the cremation garden. There's potential possibility for green burials in the future. And you'll see some pictures of potential features and amenities as far as benches and cemetery gates, before we get into the construction budget, which is projected if we chose to move forward in 2025. You'll see that we have sort of a breakdown of what would be planned for that construction phase, which included the earthworks, the construction of the driveway, and then seeding and planting, and then a potential 2026 budget could include continued seeding and planting, and then possible pavement, though we have recognized paving could be scheduled when the county is doing other paving projects in Nordegg to increase and optimize efficiency in mobilization especially, but also in scaling up the potential project that could be tendered. The 2026 potential timeframe could also include construction of the cemetery features, entrance gate, granular pathways, the lawns and meadows, and wood planting, as well as potential green burial phases and cremation garden phases. And then the potential timeline, as far as, you know, starting today in the June 2024 strategic planning meeting, we would move forward to phase 1 construction drawings in July and October, and potentially be looking to finalize tendering so that we could be, you know, in a position for construction in the future. And so those dates could be obviously changed, you know, to suit council's projections, and for future consideration amongst other projects. So I think that sort of wraps up the brief presentation, and we'll turn it back over to the Reeve for questions.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Can you confirm the, I was gonna say lifespan of the current cemetery? It seems weird to say that. The time left in the current cemetery? You say that.
Yeah, I mean, it's really depending on how much demand we have for the plots that we have remaining, and of course that's reactionary towards the need. And so right now, based on current usage, we are projecting somewhere around 2027 being when inventory may be utilized. And just because somebody hasn't been interned doesn't mean that that plot hasn't been purchased and is being planned to an internment. So our sort of best estimates right now, COVID sped up the you know, the usage rate for a lot of cemeteries, and so I think that's a reality, you know, that all cemetery managers are dealing with. Other, you know, things that we have to consider are demographics. The baby boomer population is aging, obviously, and with aging comes usage of cemeteries, and that's a big population. And they are definitely starting to plan and use cemetery spaces. So yeah, those are some of the factors that kind of play into that estimate. But it's not a guarantee, because death isn't necessarily, it is guaranteed, but the date isn't guaranteed. And so we do have to sort of balance that with our plans. But we do not want to be in a position where we have no inventory at all, and that is why we're sort of giving council enough time to consider this, but it's not too much time. So we think it's the right amount of time, hopefully.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, I just want some figures on dollars. I'm all about the dollars. I see that phase 1 is 1.22 million. And on page 39, the conceptual design shows phase 1, and I take it that the road is included in phase 1. Yes, and then what is the total cost for this, or do you have a projected figure for the total cost to do this cemetery?
We've only projected cost on the first phases that we're recommending that we build for. The design is going to include future phases as needed, so we don't have those costs projected out just because we have no idea when they'll be needed. Depends on, you know, total numbers in Nordegg, and our consultants have used the Nordegg concept plan as the base for all phasing design, but we don't know when Nordegg will hit 1,000 population or 500 population or 1,200 population. Those triggers for those future phase builds will come as the community grows. So no, we haven't put we haven't put any money into too much crystal ball in the future, because we just don't know when that'll happen. All we've really spec'd out, if you will, is these near phases that we know we need to build to meet our inventory needs for 2027. So hopefully that sort of answers your question.
Yeah, that I was going through this, the other night, and it looks like you're doing about a quarter of it. So I just multiplied it by 4, and I thought, well, about 5 million to do this cemetery. Was I way out in ballpark figure, or close, or ridiculously high?
I wouldn't say a quarter of it. We're doing a lot of the amenities, the big ticket amenities up front, like the road and things, because we need access. So actually, we think the future phases will not be the big ticket items, though we know inflation is, you know, adds. So what's the cost in 25, 30 years? If Nordegg really grows fast, I'll tell you, a road will be a lot less. And we're, you know, we project to build that now and do a lot of the major earthworks now. A lot of the future phases is gonna be more landscaping type work. And maybe I would give our consultants an opportunity to weigh in on that. I've seen a lot of head nodding, so I'm not getting a vibe that I'm totally way off, but they are the experts in designing these for now and the future. So maybe I'll just let Richard comment quickly about that if that pleases the Reeve.
You bet.
Thank you.
Please.
Thanks, Matt. Through you, Reeve Swanson. Thanks for the question, Councillor. I just wanted to explain that total number of 1.98 million gets the full cemetery designed, because it's a big infrastructure project at first. The road goes in, as Matt explained, the grass goes down, the grading work, all of those things have to happen in one go. And that's what the 2025 budget is to deal with, as well as the second part, because we have a season to deal with, a winter season, and we come back in the following season, 2026, and then complete the road, touch up any of the seeding that hasn't taken or has been hammered by the winter. What we're talking about, a first phase, is the first phase of burial area, not the full construction of the cemetery. So I hope that's clear. It's just the inventory. And we're putting on the table about 15 or 20 years of burial inventory because we want to make sure that over the course of that period of time, we can test and see what the uptake is from the community, and it allows us to respond to the demand and the changing preferences. As Matt alluded to, maybe some green burial will come forward and emerge. We also don't know how the community is going to shift in 15 years, but that's what the phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4s will do within the completed landscape. So those meadow areas will be meadow for the next 15, 20, 30 years to reduce the costs involved in cutting the grass, but also adding to biodiversity. And they'll look beautiful. And then as we need those lands, they'll be mowed off, maybe to return to lawn grass, as you'd expect, and the next phase of burial inventory built out. So I'm hoping that adds to Matt's explanation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. You said that this was a borrow pit. I'm just wondering what's under the ground and how much of the area that is contemplated for this was used and now has fill in it.
I'm going to ask the Director of Public Works to provide information to Councillor Ratcliffe, if that's all right with the Reeve.
Go ahead, Director Hansen, please.
Yes, well, good morning, everyone. So this borough was actually selected, it was the primary source for when we constructed the parking lot right straight north of the current hotel. So basically there was, we identified there was a series of larger hills throughout the area, and we basically stripped that area and then just basically flattened it out and in essence a landscape borough. So as you can see from the test holes that the consultants have done, you know, the material is quite good. It was worked well for our parking lot, and it seems to look like it's going to work well for this use. there's really not a whole bunch of opportunity left there for a borrow pit. As you can see, it's, we've landscaped it to about as good as we can, given the topography. So, in essence, it's met our need as a borrow pit. We haven't reclaimed it because of this opportunity basically came up. It's saying that we've done a whole bunch of work leveling this area, creating a nice flat spot with an amenity that our consultants have taken advantage of. So really, it would save us the reclamation costs there to have to put this back. So, there again, it's done for its life as a borrow pit. There's still lots of hills up in Nordegg there. We'll be able to find a new one there if we do need a future borrow.
You have a follow-up? Go ahead.
You could go first.
Lights on, you give her.
Okay, thank you, Reeve. We've been developing, I've talked, let me go here. I can see this is a beautiful location and the plan is attractive. I can see descendants of the miners wanting to utilize this site. So for the most part of the development in Nordegg, we've had a concept of cost recovery. How will that apply to this project? Or does it?
A question to Director Martinson? Or
I think that's probably best answered by our finance team. So I see maybe Manager Sirhan is queued up there. So if that also pleases the Reeve, I'm really good at deflecting these questions to our team here, it looks like. So thank you to all the folks that joined me to help support this, and maybe if it pleases the Reeve, Manager Sirhan will answer that question.
sure. Ms. Sirhan?
Of course, we are a team. Yes, so there is no funding source identified for this project. And again, this is the first project of its kind within Clearwater County. Up until this time, cemeteries were donated land from the community. So this would be something new. There's also new regulations all the time on everything. So that includes cemeteries. So there would need to be a funding source identified for this. Again, a 1% rate increase is about $525,000.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Lahi, please.
Yes, and sorry, I just wanted to confirm that this borrow pit was a place of natural borrow. It wasn't part of mine tailings or any of those discarded materials from the mine operations of 100 years ago or more.
Go ahead, Mr. Director Hansen.
Yeah, actually, it seemed very natural, I guess, in the quality of the materials, not as a comparison in the industrial area where we've came across lots of former work that was done throughout years, and the volume of topsoil, for example. The site has really been proven out, you know, that it has the soil conditions that can support this type of adventure. So, and it's already been stripped. Everything's there, so it doesn't look like any surprises, and the soil conditions were quite good. You bet.
Any other questions, comments from council? I maybe am going to make a comment. I know it just seems, actually Councillor Cermak brought it up, when you start multiplying it a quarter times, it seems very expensive to go and to construct, but I understand the whole concept in creating something that's unique, because it will be unique in our area. And I guess I'm looking at the fact that if this is just going to cover a phased approach, and if we don't get the buy-in, so to speak, it's going to last a long time. So are we looking, I'm thinking of the price of a cemetery now. The price of a burial is getting more and more expensive. This isn't on a cost recovery, quite honestly, but I do understand the need for it. If phase one goes as it's intended, that, and you say mixed interment, in that area. Is that then defeat the purpose of the rest of them? Or are we required to do mixed interment, I guess, or I guess that would be my question. Go ahead, Director Martinson.
Thank you, and that is a good question. So our consultants are, like, they are cemetery experts, both in the design, build, the operations, the maintenance, all sorts of, if it's cemeteries, they are experts in it. And they are working with us, as I mentioned, on our operational plans, includes bylaws, but it also includes some change management when it comes to how we transition from the old cemetery to the new cemetery, but also they're working with us to better understand what we can value each amenity. And there will be a greater opportunity to recoup operational costs from this new cemetery. How much capital costs we can recoup is maybe not necessarily identifiable now. There's potential, but when we inherited the old Nordegg Cemetery, the province didn't really charge anything. There wasn't anybody to keep an eye on it, so it was really hard for us to increase the cost of those plots to quote unquote market value, because it had never been done before. And there really wasn't any amenities that we were adding. It was an open field and you got your plot. This has a tremendous amount of amenities that people want. That's why we went to consultation. When people want increased amenities, they're typically willing to pay for that amenity. And we've sized these things where we don't need a full burial plot to put one small urn in. And so without totally understanding the final design, I can't say this is the value of each feature, but our consultants will help us, and they have experience working in what we consider comparable markets like Revelstoke, and they will use that knowledge to ensure we're getting best value for our amenities, but also community members can still access a service that's required for any healthy community. And so they will also help us understand what that good mix of volume of cremation plots versus full-size plots versus scatter versus memorial wall. And some people, this might be their second interment. Some people might be interned in the city that their primary residence was, but then they just wanted a spot to be on a memorial wall. No actual physical interment, just a name on a wall. That's something that we can charge for that actually doesn't take up a lot of space. We got vertical space and we got a little bit of engraving costs, and now we have a potential. So without knowing the exact detail to the dollar, I can assure you that we will find that market value, if you will, based on the expertise of our consultants and the communities around us that have done similar things.
Perfect. So we'll find the sweet spot, is what you're telling us.
We will absolutely find that sweet spot, both for a revenue perspective, but also a community service perspective.
Perfect. Councillor Graham?
The presentation, it looks like it's a beautiful place, and I mean, who wouldn't want to be there? My concerns, and this is probably a personal thing, I know I've brought up the fact that the cemetery my grandpa's in, all the trees were cut down, and it's up to the community to make it beautiful again. So how come for this cemetery, and I know we don't own that one, but are we gonna go around to all the other cemeteries and put this amount of effort into all of them? Or I'm really struggling personally with that. This is incredibly beautiful, it's great work, and I'm struggling, especially when it's gonna be people that aren't even from the community that are gonna be coming and having their name there or whatever, and it's great that we can charge for that, but I guess I'm just struggling with it, with knowing the state of some of the other cemeteries within our municipality, recognizing we don't own them, and you've explained that all very well, but yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Martinson.
Yeah, I think Councillor Graham's, recognizing that at times it feels like there's a bit of a two-tiered system in this community when it comes to operating these cemeteries, and what you're seeing is really the divide between rural and urban. In urban areas, the municipal managed and operated cemetery is the norm. Even small urbans around us, Eckville, Caroline, They all have they all have the municipal owned, operated cemeteries in rural. As was pointed out, the communities, they dealt with it themselves. They donated land, they developed them, they operated them. Though we are now starting to feel the pinch of hard to find volunteers, the county's starting to invest more in the rurals. And so I think the answer to the question is should we expect to invest more in these rurals in the future? Absolutely. You know, and we're already seeing it. We're taking more and more of the maintenance work on, like doing trees and things for community cemeteries that don't have the resources to do it. And so I think the short answer in Nordegg is we are the only landowner to donate land to this. You know, the urbanness of Nordegg being ran by the province in the past, and the inheritance of that suite of packages. A lot of other communities don't have water and wastewater either, and that community does. In fact, I believe it's the only community the county currently operates that have both a water and wastewater system. And so I think that I guess if we want to call it division and equity does exist in other services we provide, and it's something to be aware of, and certainly not something to ignore. But I think it just happens, you know, out there, and I know, you know, it's easy for me to say I'm not the one that has to discuss that with your constituents who are not likely to be interned in this cemetery. So thank you for that question. Hopefully that helps answer it.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I have to agree with Councillor Graham on some extent that I'm struggling with this. I haven't been polling the community on this question, but I suspect they would have several other priorities to invest several $1 million in. What options do we have?
Director Martinson or Ms. Serhan? I see red lights.
Are there other land? Is there another location that is an option?
Go ahead, Mr. Martinson.
There's no other land that we own. We've dug it. How far away we want to go and how much we want to be under the province's thumb. Is there other land that we're required to already reclaim that we can get a cost savings on in doing a project like this? I'm not aware of it. And as the Director of Public Works mentioned, we are saving the county potential future reclamation cost here. Now, I'm not suggesting there couldn't be another project planned, you know, like this. But other options, what options would you like us to investigate? If you wanted, you know, this was the option council directed us to go down, which was do community consultation to put a cemetery design together that the community would desire. And I'm not sure, you know, I know the councillors go out and they do their independent consultations, but we've done formal consultations, and this is what we believe the community has asked for. There was tremendous turnout to our open house, larger turnouts than what I typically see for a lot of other important decisions that the county has to make, which showed me that this is an important amenity to the community. We did do consultation when we hear folks want it in Nordegg, which was the heart of summer. It was right around this time last year. So we felt that we got very good feedback, both in person, but also from a follow-up survey that was open for a significant amount of time. So if there's a perspective that wasn't the right way and amount of consultation to complete, we'd be certainly happy to hear other methods, and I mean, we'll do whatever council directs us to do, but there was not direction when we first started this project to provide multiple options. That does get pricey when it comes to bringing projects to this detail as far as concept and recommendations go. We've invested quite a bit of time both in-house and contracted services, so But we believe that that was driven in a direction that the community wants, and no project is cheap anymore. You know, things get expensive. They're cheaper today than they are tomorrow, and they're much cheaper today than they are next year or the year after. We only have few certainties in this world, and those certainly are certainties when it comes to these types of projects. So that's the best I can offer. But again, if council wants us to go down a different path, this committee can recommend that to council, and we'd be happy to have that discussion then, because this is a strategic plan, and we are making recommendations to council through this process.
Okay, thank you for that. Ms. Serhan?
Yeah, just a couple of comments maybe. The operations of the cemetery would be borne by the municipality no matter how many burial plots were purchased. Like if one was purchased in a year, then you still have to maintain, and if 30 were purchased, it would still be the same, you know, maintenance required. Also, I think as Director Martinson stated, if the committee would rather see a cemetery for Clearwater County as a whole, that could be an option. I'm sure there's many other options, but staff would just need that direction to go out and investigate those costs.
Okay, thank you. Well, I understand that there's an imminent need to have options in the future. I'm looking at the construction or the construction budget and what's ahead, and I know that there's options during when there's for people wishing to express their condolences or their sympathies, to plant, you know, put money towards a tree and things like that. And so when I look at the budget as far as for 2025, the mobilization, etc., I would be doing the bare bones, and then as time goes on, then you can do those enhancements of planting more trees or whatever else, the driveways, or sorry, the pathways, etc., etc. So to me, it's like create the space, bare bones it, seed it to grass. As Ms. Serhan has indicated, it's someone going in there with a mower, and maybe that might help with not doing a whole lot more in the following year. So 2025, create it, and then as the funds come in, if there's more donations or to put amenities, such as, you never know, when there might be a family that wishes to create that memorial wall and donate that at that point in time, that doesn't necessarily come out of the taxpayers, but that comes out of the families that are there and wishing to create the resting place of the people that have been there before us. So it might be an opportunity that way. So I'm leaning towards just the first year costs of creating bare bones, but second year follow-up would be just whatever has to be reseeded, but that would be all that I would be in favor for. Any other comments or questions in this item? If not, looking for a motion. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Bellhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Do we have a mechanism for that to happen, for what the Reeve was recommending? Like I know we don't have a mechanism yet regarding rec programs for that. Do we have a mechanism regarding cemeteries for communities to come out and build amenities?
Donations, you mean?
Yeah, like for them to come out and build an amenity, to build a memorial wall, or to, like, do we have a mechanism for that? Because we don't for rec yet.
We do have mechanisms for community donations towards our projects. What we can't have is people coming out physically building stuff on our land. You know, there's insurance issues. So if groups want to donate money, we can do that. That certainly is possible. And I think, you know, the Reeves perspective on, you know, what I heard was, how can we potentially, you know, build this in a way that might save costs but bring other projects together. And so I mentioned the paving. You know, that's something that we could easily plan with other paving projects in Nordegg. We know we're doing quite a bit of construction. We can also strategically tender the phases in conjunction with other projects that we're already, tendering. If we've got another project that's moving significant quantities of dirt, we can tender them similar times and know that we might be able to entice a large dirt moving company to give us some cost savings by bidding on both. So I think, I would remind everybody that this is, a 50% design cost estimate, and we want to work really hard. There's a lot of seeding here. The contract rate for seeding is much less than what we can do it in-house for. We know that based on road projects. What we don't know is the detail scope of seeding. Do we have, capacity to do certain types of seeding? Yes. We do not have a hydro seeder, so maybe that needs to be contract. So as we get farther down the design guidelines, we will be able to potentially hone in this cost estimate and potentially phase the project gratuitously for the county. And we will work on that over the next 6 months as we come in towards budget season in the fall. So thank you.
Councillor Lahi?
Thank you. From my perspective, we have a long-term commitment to the development of Nordegg. We have a Nordegg development plan. We've put considerable resources into the vision for Nordegg. I think this is a key component of any responsible municipal development. We know that our existing cemetery is reaching its capacity, and so I think this is very proactive to go ahead with a plan that puts the next facility online in about the time we anticipate the other one being full. So I would be pleased to make the motion that the committee recommends that council allocates 1.22 million for phase 1A of the new Nordegg Cemetery construction project as the first motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lahi. I have one question on that before we proceed. Will this piece of property need rezoning?
We've talked to council regarding the zoning of the property, and we do believe that it fits within the current Nordegg development plan.
Okay, thank you. Just to confirm. Any other comments, questions in regards to the motion? Seeing no red lights, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. I see there's a possible second motion to that. My question would be, before that motion comes forth, does that funding, depending on, would there be better numbers coming back to council for budget on a phased 1B if we wanted to exclude some of those amenities, et cetera, like you said, as far as asphalt, et cetera? Just...
Yeah, I think like there could be some tweaking for phase 1B. So I mean, if council wanted to make the second recommendation, that didn't include a budget number, that would be fine, because we do see that number being tweaked when it comes to 2026. So it's really up to council how they wanna proceed with the second. The first phase will be coming back to council again for review before budget approval, and it may change as well. So it's really, and then of course the second number, well, that would be a placeholder in potential 2026 budget as well. So it's really up to how council wants to address that second motion and how detailed you want to make it or don't want to make it.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lahi?
Fully realizing that this decision will be coming to a future council in the fall of 2025, I would imagine. I don't see a harm with this council recommending to follow through with the completion of this cemetery. Ultimately, it will be up to that council to decide the future, but I think understanding the vision and the connection to community that cemeteries place, I would be pleased to make the motion to recommend to that council. to consider allocating $765,000 to complete the project, or Phase 1B, sorry.
No, thank you. Any other questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time this morning, Director Martinson. And your time, and thank you very much for attending the presentation, Richard and Christina. We appreciate the time that you've spent in creating this design and the experience that you have in helping with the consultations with what's been going on in Nordegg. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for attending.
Thanks, Reeve Swanson. Thanks, councillors. Good to be here.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Thanks, councillors.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Okay, Councillor Surma?
Yeah, I just have one question before they leave.
Oh.
Do we have a figure on what it costed the county to get to this point already? For looking at the cemeteries, finding the right location, which I think is a beautiful location and we need it out there. I was just wondering what the cost is to date.
I don't have that with me. No, it definitely included costs from 2022 and 2023.
Yep.
So it would be a combined number. And so we can get that number and email it to council over the next little while. And I think I see Kristen writing some notes there. So thank you for sticking around and helping me answer that question here over the next few days.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, moving on into the agenda, where we'll move on to Public Works. Item 5.1, Municipal Facilities. Go ahead, Mr. Evans.
Madam Chair, may I respectfully suggest we go back to 4.3 and conclude?
All right. So we will go back to item 4.3, which has been tabled. And so I will ask for a motion to lift the item from the table. Councillor Graham. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. So moving on to item 4.3 again, Mr. Emmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we lose Committee Member Ratcliffe, I wouldn't mind just posing a question if he's comfortable. The staff recommendation on this agenda that the committee recommends to council for consideration funding for the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations. Does that staff recommendation, subsequently if passed, recommendation from this committee address Ferrier Association's needs?
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. Yes, that's an important question. The grant application for CFEP has already gone in. So in order to keep that grant application alive, we need to be able to show that we have the funds in our bank account to match that grant. So the grant would be for $250,000, and we need to be able to show that we have half. And without that funding, the community will soon be stalled on the project. You know, at the presentation, it mentioned that there was, you know, still $60,000 in the bank. We have doors to install that run around 15. We have a bill for electrical rough-in that is between 16 and 20. So, you know, shortly we will have less than 40 of our own funds available. So we need to show that we have had the funds to match and to be able to continue Otherwise, we'll have no heat in the building, you know, so we won't be able to do anything with water. We would really be stalled until sometime next year, where we would have to apply again and wait to see if it's matched. So I think that represents our situation at Ferrier. If there's any, if I haven't explained that clearly, if anybody has a question.
Deputy Reeve Mello?
Thank you, Reeve. Director Martinson, has something changed in CFIP? Like, historically, municipalities have been able to send in letters of support with it showing the funding amount, et cetera, and that has been appropriate for CFIP. Has something changed on their end that it must be in a bank account and a municipality stamp is no longer adequate?
Mr. Martinson?
Seems that way. Yep, I haven't seen any formal process saying this is why we've done it this way, but it seems like this is how they're agreeing, and we got a sense of this through the bike park the Rocky Mountain pump track group, and so yeah, it's new for us. I don't know if it's in the same realm as some of the other sort of signals from the government of Alberta that we have a lack of trust in our municipalities when it comes to, you know, emergency management and things like that. So I'm not sure why the change, but it appears that that's the feedback our community groups are getting in the past, whereas a letter of support saying, yes, we will do that, it's in our capital plan. It's a bit of a chicken or an egg thing too, right? Municipalities often want to know, did you get the grant or not before we give them the money? Because there's implications there as far as administration tracking that funding, but also if it's not going here, it should go here. And if we've already given it out, CFIP hasn't been awarded, getting it back is awkward and sometimes impossible, but also not very fair. So yeah, to answer the question, there seems like something's changing. I can't say why or exactly what the change how it's came about, but it definitely does. This is, you know, a few groups now that have said this is the requirement, and it seems to be.
Okay. Councillor Lahi?
Having had some experience in the previous era on those kind of grants, that before it was very important to show a budget and to show funding sources, not necessarily to show the actual bank statement that said those funding sources were in place. I think that's a requirement that is more and more, whoever's deciding now decides that's what they want to see to be a successful applicant. And so I think that's why many groups are following that model of who is successful lately. And I think that's been voiced around the table here.
I would agree, and it's a bit of a conundrum because if you've got a building that you want to continue building on, but yet you have to hold the funds in order to find matching grants, how does that stall the project as well? So it's a chicken and egg.
And I think we can use the example that we've offered an extension of funding commitments to other projects that have been successful because of that extension of that commitment, yeah, I think that's all the orders of government seem to show less trust in each other right now than ever before. So
That's interesting. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I'm Ferrier resident, Ratcliffe at the moment. I should add two things, that a letter of support is really just intent, and the money isn't actually there until it's voted on to provide. The full amount of the ask would not be required at this time. It would be just enough to show the support for the grant. And with that, I think
Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
sorry, Councilor Radcliffe, how much is that then? If you're, because you now said you just need enough to cover the support for the grant, is that the 125,000 then?
That possibly even 100 would carry it through. And
Okay.
show the funding availability for matching the grant.
To match the CFIP grant. Okay, I also, sorry, Reeve, I also have no problem with you staying. We carry many hats within this community. There's zero pecuniary interest. The MGA absolutely allows for this. That it's obviously entirely up to you whether you stay or not. That is your choice. I just wanted to make sure that I expressed that I have zero problem. The MGA allows for this. It's not pecuniary to you personally whatsoever.
Ms. Sarhan?
It's my own discomfort.
Yeah, which is well within your rights.
Ms. Sarhan?
So I just had a question for Director Martinson. Do you know, is there, I don't know much about the CFIP granting guidelines. I do have 5.6.3 up, and it says cash available from federal, municipal, or private foundation grant programs to be confirmed with a letter from program representatives. So I don't know if that's changed. That's just what's on their website. But the other question I had was like, do they do applications quarterly? And then like what sort of time frame would the Ferrier Association be looking at before they would have approval? Do you know?
Historically, they've approved 2 runs, and the second run's coming up here in July. So that is still this is why we're a little bit confused with the information that the community groups are getting back from the CFIP approvals. I think we're getting, so they still say that the letter of application is acceptable, but because they have so many asks and it is a bit of a competitive process, if you got cash in hand, you're more apt to be approved. And so that is the direction they're getting when they're not approved. Well, go back, get the money from the municipality, and your grant application is gonna look a whole lot better if cash in hand. And I think that's where the discrepancy between what the eligibility requirements are versus what these associations are coming back telling us, because we heard the same thing from the Ferrier group as we heard from the bike park, and and then when we look at a condo or community hall rec approval for a ball diamond, it was a similar scenario then, and they had the cash in hand, they got the grant. So though I think application criteria versus performance-based approvals from a committee, we're having a little bit of discrepancy there, and that's the feedback coming back from non-approved applications is have your bank accounts show the funding in place. And there was a lot of projects that had grant funding that got they couldn't keep up with the speed of inflation during COVID, and so I think that's why the grantors are looking at more successful projects happen when they have cash in hand. When you're still trying to build and fundraise, that's a challenge. So that's just my opinion, though. We can do some more investigation and try to get some better answers, but a lot of times grant approvals aren't necessarily done in open meetings. So we don't know exactly what's discussed during the approvals, and what we do know is there's more applications for CFIP funding than there ever has been before.
Thank you. Ms. Sarhan?
I just want to confirm though that they would obviously need to know this sooner rather than later if the application has already gone in.
That's my understanding. And that's the good thing about CFIP. There's time to tweak your application, like up until the last week of consideration. And I may not have the exact dates, but I'm fairly certain that if there's not an application approved here soon, then it's going to have to wait till the next run, which is January, I believe. I think it's January and July when the CFIP large applications are considered.
All right. Go ahead, Councillor Lougheed.
And Thank you, Director Martinson. I think one of the other things that's changed in this process is that their follow-up is much more active. They are actively seeking progress reports and ensuring that money is being used and not just languishing, waiting for appropriate times to get it done. They're wanting to see that money being used to help the community.
Councillor Cermak?
How soon can you bring this back to our council to approve this? Because this is just recommendations to council from this committee. How soon can that get on there, and how soon does this get approved? If it's July, are we too late already?
Director Martinson?
That's very, very likely. You know, and that's where it wasn't clear as far as the community, the delegation wasn't clear at when that ask was to be needed. And so it is sort of new information to me that this ask was for this year. Typically we budget, a half a year in advance. So I don't know. The timelines are going to be tight, but you could be correct. It may not even be feasible. And this would have to go back to council if council wished to fund something out of either a surplus account or another funding source. We did not have this in budget. It would have to come back to council, and whether that could be scheduled for the next council meeting, I'm not sure. But yeah, timelines are definitely tight. Certainly, the recommendation to include in the 2025 budget would be more attainable, but it does potentially mean that the group would have to withdraw their CFIP application and put it forward for next year.
Is there any way that we could work around that? Because I would hate to see that build out there sit there over the winter with no heat or nothing in it. We're deteriorating that building just because of logistics. Man, I just have a real problem with that, because you're going to spend more money in the spring to get it back up to where it is now. If there's any way that we could get that 100,000 or 125 to that committee so that they can move ahead with this grant.
So,
Has anybody got any answers?
so part of the conundrum in all this is that they have to have 125,000 sitting in their account before they can even be approved for the other 125,000. So,
But this has to go back to our council to
yes,
get it.
yes, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. So
I
they
think
still may not. It could be sitting there, but they still might not get the grant in July, anyways. They might have to run till January. So they still wouldn't be able to use the 125,000 till January, because they have to have that 125,000 sitting in their account. So that's what I say. It's a conundrum. If they're not granted in July, they got to wait till January, and they still have to have that 125,000 sitting in limbo. They can't use it towards building. That's the way that's my understanding of what was just explained, and maybe I'm wrong. So go ahead, Director Martinson.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true, and we can see why maybe the CFIP people want to see all the money, because we're sitting. When we funded this project before, it was presented to us like they had the funding to do the project, but they didn't. And so now we're sitting here again in a bit of a conundrum going, should we provide the funding? It's not a logistics, it's a bit of a planning conundrum. The logistics delivered on the first time, the plan didn't. And so that is the problem, and I see the value in making sure these groups up front have all the money and can move within that budget year. Because after a budget year, project costs change. And yeah, it's sometimes just fast tracking something out the door is how we end up with plans that don't deliver. Sometimes taking advantage, striking while the iron's hot, does sneak us through on a successful project. So it's a hard decision to make. But whether it's physically possible with deadlines, I'm not sure, because we weren't privy to the original CFIP application, didn't realize it was submitted hoping or contingent on our funding. That wasn't necessarily shared with us. And every community group is encouraged to meet with us before a delegation. It happens way less than I'd like to see. And so that's where we end up at a disadvantage with information when we sit in front of council sometimes to advocate for these groups.
Thank you for that. So the motion on the floor, if I want to go back to the amended motion on the floor, is that the committee recommends to council consider funding the Ferrier Community Hall in the amount of $200,000 for the 2025 budget deliberations, and that the engineer can confirm that the additional funds would be enough to complete the bill to meet fire and building codes. So, is there a possibility, I know Councillor Ratcliffe is no longer, has recused himself, to get it to a point where there's alternate heat. I know that it's not just a furnace. You can, I mean, maybe they'll be gifted with a beautiful winter like we just had, and they can continue to build like they have been in past winters. So I don't want to see the project totally stalled, but I don't want to see $250,000 sit in limbo either, because, or $125,000 sit in limbo either, because of a granting process as well. So there's other options, and maybe that's the motion that should be, is to bring back other options. I don't know. Councillor Graham first, and then
I know for me, I'm going to support the motion that's on the floor. I certainly understand where they're coming from and the frustration, but we haven't done that for other halls and other organizations, and they have lost out on funding because of it. So to change how we do things now isn't really very fair. I see you shaking your head.
So we actually have done that very thing.
Well, I know there are organizations in my area that lost out on funding because of it being done this way. So from my perspective, it's not, we need to try and be as consistent as we can. All of the other halls are going into 2025 as well, and I'm sure they would love their funding immediately too. So I'll support the motion as it is, but I'm not going to support it being fast-tracked just for those reasons.
okay, thank you. All right, so the motion's on the floor. Any other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion carried. Thank you very much. And I believe, Director Martinson, you have enough guidelines to bring forward what you need to forward to the community group, correct?
I do. I don't know if that motion included a letter of support to go along with the potential funding for 2025, so.
That would be a separate motion.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Just to bring that to the Reeve's attention.
Yeah, Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Mine was separate. I can make that motion as well, but that the committee recommends that council writes a letter of support to Ferrier Community Association for the Community Facility Enhancement Program grant application.
Thank you. Any other comments on the question, or on the motion, sorry? Call the question. All those in favor of that? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you. And follow up?
Yes, thank you. I would also like to motion that administration reach out to the Ferrier Community Association and work with them as they work through this community, the CFIP application, so that we can work together towards this amazing community amenity.
Any questions on the motion? So, so just for clarity. Yeah, please, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Reeve. My intent is to ensure that we don't miss this window. So it's been suggested that $200,000 might not be required, that portions of that might be required, etc. If we can direct administration to have an actual sit-down meeting with that group and get some solidified information and have it brought back to council in the time frame in which it would be needed that it needs to happen, that would be great. If that can't happen, then we can continue forward. But I know that there's an avenue with council in order to achieve this goal. We all want to row the boat in this direction. You guys need direction in which to actually enact that. That's what this direction is.
Thank you for the clarity and intent. All right, any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Mr. Han.
Also realizing that the amendment to the motion included getting, information from a third party, and that does take time also, so.
Yep. Thank you. All right, looking for any other lights? If not, oh, go ahead, Ms. Counselor Graham.
Sorry, I would support them sitting down. It would then come to council for funding approval, so I will support it because of that extra step.
Thank you. Counselor Lougheed.
I will certainly support it because I think it's important that council remain open to supporting our community, and from time to time, we have an emergent situation and we're able to direct administration and an appropriate source of funding and an appropriate time frame for that. So I'm just going to use past experience to indicate future experience as well.
Thank you. Any more comments around the motion? If not, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I believe item 3 is complete. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Graham.
Jen,
You bet.
do we need a motion for the representative for the comfort of Ferrier and Councilor Radcliffe and staff to have a different representative, or is that just can be
Mr. Emmons?
assumed?
Thank you for the question. I'm comfortable without, just knowing that we have support. I just don't think it's fair to put one of my staff in that uncomfortable position.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So I believe we've completed section 4, Ag and Community Services, and get nicely started into item 5 on Municipal Facilities 5.1. And I would respectfully, someone just go grab Councilor Radcliffe, please. And Mr. Hansen Director Hansen can start.
Perfect. Yeah, you know, I listened this morning, the focus that this council has on municipal services and the service to the community, you know, with all and these are new asks, you know, between the community halls, the requests that come from external groups, as well as the service that they're provided from a cemetery perspective. You know, it's so important for the people to recognize, you know, the commitment that this council has every day, you know, and these are increased service levels, you know, and that's really, you know, kind of my focus. You know, we spent all morning on external service, and I think what can't be forgotten is that internal service there, which is municipal facilities. In order for us to provide these type of services, we need to have the facilities to do it. And, you know, we really had a great discussion on May 10th. We had the workshop there. We did some great brainstorming of ideas. This is really the next step in order to try to make something come of it. We've talked about a new administration facility as well as the ag rec facility. We're gonna focus on the admin building to start. You know, since 2017, we've really had in-depth discussions about a new administration building and the services that we provide out of these facilities. So really, I really want to build off that discussion that we had on May 10th, but it's time to, you know, we bring it to strategic plan. We'll be providing some of the options and the ideas that we did talk about during that meeting, as well as, you know, the next steps to move forward to council, you know, for the commitment. Because one of the differences between the discussion we had this morning and the discussion we're gonna have, you know, this afternoon, is that a lot of those were asks that are unfunded. You know, we actually do have a restricted surplus, a significant restricted surplus, you know, set aside to try to make the admin facility, you know, something to move forward. You know, I think the estimate's around $17 million there to try to make that project move ahead. And we've discussed it on the periphery a lot, but I really think it's time to either, you know, set it as a priority or we actually move forward with one of these ideas. So for the benefit of everybody that wasn't at the May 10th meeting, you know, I'm really going to do a quick high-level overview of the things that we discussed. And, you know, we can't tell the story without the history. You know, looking back at 1990, that's when this facility opened, this beautiful facility that we're sitting in. That's 34 years ago now. Since then, we've had 3 major renovations. So there was the old shop, this council chambers, the main admin portion, I guess, as well as there was a northern addition that was added on, late nineties. So 20 years later, that basically served the need for 20 years. Then it was identified that, you know, we've basically outgrown the need. We need to, our strategic plan needs to, indicates that a newer, modernized facility to meet these needs needs to be looked at. So that was 2010 is when we bought the Peak Energy building, which is also what's now known as the Emergency Services building. So that really, that bridged that gap. We needed room in public works for plow trucks because of the increased demand in surface road maintenance, as well as emergency services with our CPOs and our fire service. So we were good for about 10 years is before we bought the next building. But really what that prompted is that was an interim solution, and it solved one part of the problem, which was, like say, some plow truck storage, some staff space. The next problem was salt sand storage, because if we remember, the salt sand pile actually used to be just outside the door here, uncovered, not in a proper facility. Knowing that that is not proper containment, we wanted to find a salt sand storage solution in the Rocky area, as well as Caroline. So we were fortunate enough that there was land for sale at 112 acres down in Caroline, so we identified that as a there again, two-pronged approach. We wanted to build a salt storage facility and operations facility down there in Caroline, as well it prompted the commercial, the industrial land development there, that opportunity that was created, which right now we haven't sold any lots, but we've done well as releasing those lots out for large industrial use. And the future for that property down there is really endless, you know, especially if the eventuality of water and sewer goes up in that area, it has a whole bunch of potential down there. So wasn't long after the purchase of that land in Caroline is we still need to find a salt storage solution for the Rocky area. So we did a facility needs assessment. There was multiple needs assessments that were completed. One was a joint needs assessment, 4 parties. So we had Rocky Gas Co-op, we had Rocky REA, Town of Rocky Mountain House, and the county all looking at could we do a joint facility. I think the idea is great, but unfortunately that's a lot of decision makers in a room, and to get everybody pulling the same way is very difficult, and it proved to be, it didn't work out. Let's put it that way. So the county decided to go on their own. So that's when it really prompted the idea of the county to purchase that north quarter, that northeast of 3, just up on the airport road, as well as the acreage, knowing for council's plan of the day what the long-range development plan for the area, it was more economical. The neighborly thing to do is to eliminate the acreage out of there. So there was an offer to purchase that. We purchased that acreage on the quarter. So we didn't, you know, the focus was really that we didn't want to have to put in mitigation measures there around to protect a residential acreage around from an industrial development. We didn't want to have to put up berms and plant trees when they really didn't want to be in a part of that development. So that's why that was purchased. So 2015, like I said, we purchased that property. We started doing the development plans of a new administration building. The estimate at the time when we presented that plan at the Dover Court Hall was around $26 million. Wasn't well received from the public. It probably lies a lot back on us on how the vision was advanced so fast, and when we ran out to the public there, it was a big surprise. You know, very few people knew that we were even talking about it. So it's safe to say we've talked about it for quite a few years now, about the need, as it was a need-driven project at the time. So with that, of course, at the same time of the building development, we looked at the joint development area up north. So that was a partnership with the town, looking at running municipal services. You know, in that discussion here this morning, it brings me to mind like a pressurized sprinkler system because of occupancy. Like that is a huge concern. We avoided it with the public services buildings because of the occupancy, and it all depends on the use. You know, when it comes to fire code, building code, it all depends on the occupancy and how that building's gonna be used for, is whether it needs to be sprinklered. And a pressurized sprinkler system built in the original design is so much better, as we've seen what it costs to try to put it after the fact. And as Matt alluded to, Nordegg is the only place in the county that actually have a pressurized water system that you could actually hook into the municipal system. Everywhere else, we have to either build cisterns or whatever in order to build a pressurized system. So it's a good thing to just keep at the top of our mind when we're looking at, you know, facility location, you know, trying to select the perfect property, is that that's the reality of buildings, you know, building code. Obviously, the chemical fire suppression doesn't seem to be the fix-all, you know. Some places just don't have water, but, you know, maybe chemical, I know we do use it over in the broadband building because of that specialized type. We don't want to be turning on sprinklers over top of all that electronics right there. So I know there's a way, but I think it's very expensive. I think it's way more economical to run sprinklers throughout everything and ruin everything. So again, I'm just about wrapped up with the history. We did the wastewater servicing study. It was all presented. The JDA got as far as it could with the agreements there. We know we've had some other discussions with the town. It hasn't really picked up a whole bunch of momentum, but, you know, it has potential. So then 2018 is really when the brakes got pumped on the building project. It was put in the 10-year plan at 2028. But the reality was that council of the day recognized that it's important to save for a building in the future. So we put away close to $1.5 million per year, and that's how we get up to the $17 million in that restricted surplus, you know, to further advance that project. But again, so we've talked about it numerous times, and here we are, 2024, still talking about it. So the last strategic planning motion, the council motion that brought us here was that we were to prepare a report talking about, you know, outlining the history, where are we now, finance, what are the partnerships, what does public engagement look like? So I said, I know we went over this on the May 10th, but for this benefit, I'd love to screen past some of those items. So some of the highlights in that report, you know, we recognizing that we operate out of 4 different buildings in this community. Staff consists of 127 full-time staff, 60 seasonal staff at our peak, and approximately 80 paid on-call firefighters. The combined operating cost for these 4 buildings is approximately $400,000 per year. So where are we now? So the county is really, we've maximized the usable space that we have. We're not saying that we're gonna have to bring in ATCO shacks and put them in the parking lot, but we have absolutely maximized the usable space for office space in these facilities. Our biggest deficit, of course, we talked about was still needing to put plow trucks over top of our mechanics there in the winter months because we do not have a heated storage. We have a heated storage deficit. It's working right now because we make it work. Our mechanics have to make sure that they have everything that they're working on wrapped up because the plow trucks are coming in every night. And as we know how long the winter season is here, you know, from October till May. Those plow trucks need to be ready to go. That is a emergency service that we provide, and our team does a great job of that. But those plow trucks need to be thawed out and ready to go to work the next day. Aged infrastructure complicates expanding existing facilities. There again, we went through that this morning about the cost to renovate and the code compliance. It's not saying that it can't be done. We've seen that, you know, we're taking 1974 buildings and say, well, yeah, it can be expanded to be compliant, but it's expensive. You really start weighing out the cost. Well, so yeah, you met that code, but now your electrical system's undersized. Your HVAC system's, you know, coming to its end. Really, it's there's a lot of moving parts that need to be evaluated, and just the cost of renovations alone, the cost per square foot on a smaller renovation build is through the roof. So yeah, like I say, we discussed that thoroughly this morning. So the staff being spread over the 4 facilities. My personal experience, I've been able to spend the last couple of weeks over in this building. It's amazing actually having that connectivity to the other half of the Public Works Department, how much more connected that we've become just over that course, that 2 weeks, having that physical separation. It's, yeah, I could personally attest that it's much more efficient to have that connection, you know, and I've been doing my best, even sometimes half a day here, sometimes half a day there, to keep those connections so I don't lose. So my other team doesn't miss me too much, but I'd hate for them to get lonely over there. But you know, certainly that connectivity of bringing that group together within 2 weeks, I can already see efficiencies being created. So, I can certainly attest to that. So, longer-term utilization, if council decides that we're just not ready to do it yet, then we're gonna have to come back with other options. Longer-term utilization, we'll have to come back either with another heated storage facility perhaps to purchase, maybe in town, maybe in the county. We've done it before. It's not saying that we can't do that again. It's really for this council to look at. I'm gonna try to provide the most options there, and then hopefully we'll get some direction moving forward. So we do, in the 2024 budget, we do have $100,000 for whether it be investigation, needs assessment, geotech, whatever. We've really left that open for council to decide, and this is really, we're getting to that point. We're already in June of 2024. We're running out of good weather, so it's really time to either, that money could go right back into the restricted surplus and say, this is not a priority right now, or we move forward with some type of investigation. So, gonna touch a little bit on service levels, and that's really, is a great focus there again this morning, about the service levels that this organization provides and continues to see an increase in the demand of service levels from the municipal perspective. And the only way to meet those demands is through resources, whether it be funding, staff, equipment, if we're paving new roads, eventually if we do the Old Cheese Road, we know that's a plow truck in itself. We know all these amenities and all these wonderful services that this group provides. It requires a lot of resources to do. And say it extends way beyond just the cash funding to do it. Finance. So we talked about how in 2018 it was $26 million when we, so that was about 2015. When we moved it to 2028, high level, we just said it was $30 million. Today we're staying at $40 million. That was a full build out, never re-looking at the scope. In the discussions I've had with this group, that's not the same vision as what this group has for what an administration building would look like. So I would see a complete redesign, maybe a phased approach, something that can be done off more of a bite-sized piece that would be more palatable. So the high-level number of $40 million, I said I think that really needs to be re-looked at. The reality is we have $17 million in the bank there to try to achieve part of that vision, perhaps. Partnerships. Partnerships are great. You have willing, paying partners, but most of the time we're the paying partner, and we have other people that thought this is a really great idea, and can we jump on that wagon with you? That's unfortunate. Partners are, yeah. So we looked at the town. Town has identified they have a civic facility issue as well. They're looking at different options. The joint development area was another town partnership that we looked at one time, but we also looked at combining this large project with other projects. Those are different types of partnerships. So this is spitballing, and think about it as nothing more than that, is that it's important for us to identify major players in the area, and there are obviously, there's a potential partnership could look like at different levels. Public engagement, we need a message first. Really, we've communicated year after year about the need, but until we actually have a definitive direction from council, what the message is, then we can develop the public engagement plan. We have a great policy, we have a great communications team that can assist us with that. We can get a third party public engagement consultant to come in if need be, if that's the desire of council. So that kind of hits on all the high points. Now I just want to discuss, briefly about some of the ideas that we talked about during that May 10th meeting. There again, there's a phased approach to development. Maybe for a new administration building is more palatable at this time. Also indicated that the north is not necessarily the desire of this council. We've talked about it numerous times about the previous investment made up there is not necessarily the vision of this council, so that maybe south or east is a more viable area that this council wants us to look at, option. And also when the discussion was there again looking forward, was that the broadband central office has the possible ability to be subdivided away from the emergency services building. We identified as part of the funding source was that if we were to build, if we if we build something that got rid of the need for the emergency services building and the current public works building, is that those properties could be liquidated, sold to somebody else, but that we could keep that broadband central office with the investment that's made there and be created as a separate parcel. So those were the types of high-level ideas that we discussed, and again at that May 10th. So that really summarizes what I had for the background there. Again, high level, quickly ripped over top of that about our administration facility. But it brings me right back to the number one recommendation that we've provided for the Strategic Planning Committee, is that, you know, that this committee makes the recommendation that this is a priority for council to consider. And it's vague and it's high level, but it's so important, you know, as we talk about the funding competitiveness of all these wonderful things that we do, is that if this isn't a high priority, then we can quit talking about it, or we can get moving on trying to achieve council's vision for them.
Okay.
So with that, as then the second recommendation there as well, but if we can start with the first one, that'd be great.
Okay, perfect. We'll start with comments and questions, and so go ahead with Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. My first question actually is around public engagement. We have done none. And there's so many things that, I mean, we have independently done some, I'm sure, like as individual counselors, but as like a full-on public engagement strategy on this, I think it'd be prudent of us to do something like that. We have not been able to do it on other projects due to other levels of government tying our hands. This is a project we can have full control over, full public engagement, and getting feedback from the public. What is your vision on that piece of this puzzle?
Director Hansen?
Yeah, no, absolutely, and that's why, you know, it was identified in council's motion, and we addressed it here today. All I need to know is what the message is, and to what extent, you know, we've talked about public engagement, but we really need to say, okay, if there is a potential project, and this is what we want to engage on, then that's the marching orders. We haven't had one yet. Like it's not fair to take out an idea out to the public saying, we are considering possibly maybe doing this, and then saying, tell me what you think. Like that's, from our perspective, we really need something, say, focused. You know, we want to focus the conversation with the public and to get back the feedback that council needs in order to make the next decision moving forward. There again, we just need that vision, that desire from council.
Okay. Councillor Lahi?
Thank you, and just for the clarity in that vision, my understanding is that there is a desire to bring those facilities that are kind of clustered around where we're sitting now under one roof, not necessarily to bring all county facilities. So we're still going to maintain those satellites in, say, Leslieville and Caroline and Nordegg. It's not an intent to bring everything to one point and then filter back out. It's to bring the administrative efficiencies of being more under one roof and having purpose-built buildings to do that. Is that, am I kind of getting a clear picture there, or is it something different?
No, absolutely. If I wasn't clear, then but you're absolutely right. It's the focus is on the four main buildings that we have co-located, but that's the desire is to co-locate the administration staff there located in Rocky Mountain House. You know, we absolutely need presence in Leslieville, Condor, Nordegg, Caroline eventually. You know, those. It's a big municipality. We can't function without having those satellite features and those operations centers in those areas. Just the efficiency that we gain by having, let's say, a presence in Nordegg and Leslieville and Condor, we need that. There again, like the Condor Public Services Building, it's not a full-time manned building, but it certainly, you know, meets the need when the desire and the response is required out of it. So, but very much the focus is on, you know, a co-locating municipal staff in this area, you know, likely out in the county.
Follow up?
The reason I brought that forward is, of course, looking at other successful municipalities around us. I know Lacombe County has a large central complex there, and then a number of satellite operations as well, because they are a large municipality, maybe a little smaller than us, but they are, find the efficiencies of having some services or some equipment placed closer to where it needs to be used. And the other thing I was going to ask about is with the broadband central office, we don't really envision that as being a place where county staff are going to congregate. It's more of our network operator would be using that facility, so maybe it's not quite as important that it's part of a complex, or I'm just trying to understand that as well.
Mr. Director Hagan.
I concur with your evaluation, Counselor. It's more technical in nature and has been designed so that both the network operator and any telecommunications providers who have equipment in the building can access it securely and so forth. So it's really not meant to be a meeting place per se, and it's still fairly close. So it's not like we have to travel far to get there if we need to.
Thank you.
Councillor Cermak.
Well, I'm gonna throw my cards on the table. I would like to recommend to this committee that we go on page 43 and do number 2 and number 3.
So
That
are you making the motion then?
That the committee recommends that council directs administration to investigate and develop a report outlining a phased development plan for the administration building project, identifying potential suitable properties and a public engagement strategy.
Okay.
And you want me to go on number 3?
Thank you very much for the motion. Identifying that, but I believe Director Hansen has suggested, staff recommendation, has suggested that this committee recommends that council consider the development of a new administration building as a high priority. So we either decide it's a high priority or not. That gives them direction that then everything else can follow suit. In the history that Director Hansen has suggested is, it is on our capital project as a 2028 project, so it is still out there. It's not like we're going to do this in the next year, but just be planned for it and prepared for it. So I think that's what they are looking for, is that plan for, and putting their efforts in that plan. So anyways.
Well, I'm sorry that I jumped ahead.
That's
but,
okay.
What I'm saying is that it is a high priority for me.
Okay, so can I back up and say maybe we should do the high priority recommendation first? Okay, would you be willing to make that motion?
Yeah, that the
Okay.
committee recommends that council considers the development of a new administration building as the high priority.
Okay, so with that, we are going to have discussion on that motion. So with that, I have some blinky lights to that. So go ahead, Councillor Loughy.
Well, my blinky light was for something else, but I'll jump right into
Okay,
this.
sorry.
So,
Let's discussion on the motion.
I would maybe need some clarification, because I believe this has been a high priority. We have $17.5 million in a restricted surplus for that. We're adding $1.5 million a year. It's part of a lot of the discussions. I would like to know what constitutes, do we have any other restricted surplus that is being, I think within our budget, within our 10-year budget, it's kind of there. I think that's what the signal we want to send is that to the community that we're serious about a new administration building. That's been topped up in a restricted surplus all the way along the line since 2018. I think it's a high priority. I think it's, if we can give additional clarity to administration, I think that's what the purpose of this exercise is, I believe. But I think the proof is in the pudding. Hey, there's $17.5 million there. There's going to be $22 million by the time the project would be played out, as well as the potential for sale of assets to move towards that, and the ability to source any other available sources of income or of funding for that in this interim time. So I think we have placed a fairly high priority on this, but if we can signal that even more, I think maybe there's a benefit.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe? Okay. Director Emmons, or Director Hansen? Director Emmons just left, sorry, CEO Emmons, sorry.
First of all, like, Councillor Lougheed, you know, and thank you for that. You know, honestly, having it verbalized as a high priority is important, you know, and then with the subsequent motions, you know, we don't require council to commit that it's a high priority and that's something we can action. You know, really, I just didn't want that to get lost in the motion, is that how high of a priority is, because when you have competing priorities, you know, and we've seen, this isn't the last of it, you know, we have so many competing priorities, but I say thank you again for identifying that, you know, council has put in $17 million for this project, and it is a high priority. We don't need council to approve that motion specifically. You know, the next ones actually have actionable items that we can bring something forward to you with. But it's the idea that is a high priority is the first part of the question. And if the rest of the council agrees with you, then that puts us in a great position to move forward with 2 and 3. But we certainly don't need a motion for item 1 to move forward with 2 and 3.
All right. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, without the information from number 2, the motion that's currently on the floor being number 1 is a very difficult one for me to answer. This council has not gone out for a public participation on this. We've not gotten the information from them. We have not been given a phased development plan. And we don't even have an official, this is what it could look like thing. Like it's very hard for me to be like, yes, let's go, when we have not enough information. Maybe they do. Maybe the rest of the team does. I don't have enough information to go on, because it's very different if we're hooking up to municipal services versus not. Those are very different price tags. It's very different if we're doing this phased versus not. The operating cost of a building long-term versus, like, we all say this about the Alberta government too. They're willing to fund a capital project, yay, but it's the operating that's gonna cost you. Like, I personally need more information in order to be like, go. But maybe the rest of the team doesn't. That's why there's 7 of us, well, 6 today, sitting here and not just one of us. But those are just some of my initial thoughts.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I would like to see us located out of town. However, I don't think that the attitude of the public has changed a whole lot. And I also have to, thankfully, Councillor Melhoff voiced those concerns already on the information that we would need. So that's where I stand.
All right. So with that, I've mitigated a little bit Councillor Cermak to in voicing the first recommendation. Is that something that this council wants to vote on first, or should we? I know there's a motion on the floor, so with that, go ahead, CEO Evans.
Thank you, and just wouldn't mind winding it back to perhaps the 2 comments recently made. That's the importance of a strong communication strategy, is getting all that information pulled together to get out with the public. I would suggest, I would love the public to get to the same educated level I am on the topic at hand. I think I'm in a unique position that I'm at the end of my career, not at the beginning. A new admin building matters more to me as a taxpayer than it does as an employee. Got to be very honest, we're not sitting in squalor here. It's a nice building. That's not the subject. That's not even the topic at hand. It's the inefficiencies. We talked about the inefficiencies with staff. I have departments bouncing back and forth. I have department heads bouncing back and forth. We are maintaining at a cost of just about $400,000 per year of our in this room, tax dollars, providing heat and electricity to that many facilities, let alone snow clearing. The inefficiency's all there. What hasn't been talked about also is the frustration of the clients we serve that walk through this door that are a little bit angry. They have a topic at hand, and they want to discuss it, and they leave here to get sent over to another building, only to get shipped back to another building. And by the time they actually get to the right building, they're really upset. So what level of customer service do we apply as well? So I think a lot of the expressions in this room can only be gleaned by a step forward, where it's no longer just talking about a reserve, but we actually get out to the public and start that investigation and start that communication that's required to pull all that together. And that's, honestly, that's far more of a ratepayer hat for me than it is, I will never be here to see a new building. It is not self-serving for me, but as a taxpayer, I deal with the inefficiencies every day and deal with the frustration of the people walking through the door, where they get to drive 4 blocks away only to come back to 2 blocks away. So yeah, I also look forward to it.
I would also argue too that, or make a comment that, you know, our municipal neighbors have indicated that they're in need of a municipal building, and it's not that I want to create partnership, but understanding too that they have placed that as a high priority, and so therefore they have gone out now with public engagement with their residents, and I believe that's the same sort of steps that we want to go, is say, okay, we're serious about doing a building. Let's, as you identified, COM, and it's like now the communication strategy comes out, and what does that look like? How does that look like? What does the time look like? But if we don't identify that this is even a part of our decision-making or future council's decision-making, that that topic stays on the shelf, and we don't want to do that. We want to bring this down and create some decisions going forward. So that's where that's, I'm going to go to Ms. Serhan, then I'll go to you, Councillor Graham.
Yeah, so just talking about the dollars that have been set aside in the restricted surplus are past dollars, but future dollars, we administration and council went through strategic planning in 2023 a bit differently and was focusing on the amount of dollars coming in versus the amount of dollars going out, and identified that those the amount of dollars coming in only funded those projects that were annualized ongoing services, and the more service levels that get added, the less, and the less dollars coming in, or even if the dollars coming in stays the same, you aren't going to be able to fund the level of service that's existing, let alone increase service levels. So those dollars going to the administration building have not been identified moving forward. So there are competing projects and priorities that this council will have to decide how those are going to be funded. And it's kind of unfortunate, but it is a chicken or the egg. Like, I need the information to make the decision, but we need to make a decision before all the information comes forward. So all of these projects, over all of the strategic planning meetings that have happened in 2024 up until this point, and there's still more projects that aren't on the list yet today, have to be considered in the whole, as a whole, before priorities can be set. But you need the information for each of these projects before you can decide which one of them is a priority. So after we get through the agenda for today, there are still projects that need to be talked about before priorities can be set. And that is, it's a long process that takes, you know, a good chunk of a term of a councillor if there's only 4 years in a term, right? So moving forward, this priority will have to be gauged against all of the other priorities that do not have a funding source. which included all the ones that we talked about already today, the ones that we talked about at the last strategic planning meeting, and the ones that are coming at the next one. And those were focused through those recommendations to council from the strategic planning committee in January. And then with the announcement on Friday, there was another priority added to the list, and there needs to be a culmination of these projects and then priority setting for them. And if public engagement needs to happen for any of these projects before they can be decided what priority they are, then there needs to be direction as far as what sort of public engagement. Are we just going out and saying, do you think this is a good idea? Or are we saying, these are the reasons we think we're moving forward. We need to move forward with something. What options are you supporting, and what sort of information coming back would change your decision based on that information coming back from the ratepayer? So unfortunately, we don't have enough time in one single day to talk about every project that doesn't have a funding source. So it's a little bit of, you know, decisions need to be made as we go.
Matching information, communication with the funding source. Yes, absolutely. Councillor Graham?
I would agree this is a high priority, even for me, just when we were picking up the barbecue for the Maylong check stop, seeing the little coffee station in the ag services shop, that's so sad for me, because I remember when I used to spray weeds, talking with weed inspectors during coffee breaks, that's where you learn, like, you know, maybe be a little careful in this area, and this area is good, and you need to know those things because you're out there by yourself, and it's usually younger people out there, and, you know, it's a safety thing. And even seeing the changes within the organization since I worked here, the entire organization, it is sad, like Director Hansen spoke to, how much better it is to be, you know, with everyone, and I see that in the staff here from when I used to work here. My concern, and I will support the motion that's currently on the floor, and I think that we need to start preparing for the public engagement and everything. My concern is this council doing it, because there's an election in 2025, and it's not going to be this council making the decision. So I think about the MDP and how much it was not enjoyable to be thrown into the middle of it, and you don't have the experience. So I would like to have it all prepared so the next council can just go out as soon as, you know, at the start of their term, and it's slated for 2028. So I don't know if 2 years is enough. That might be a bit of a push, but to get it all done. But I do think it should be the next council, because they're the one making the decision to do all of the public engagement. And I mean, I don't think people are going to be happy about it, but I think that if it's presented in the way, you know, the facts of how much better it would be to be under one roof, that it would be maybe more positive. But I don't know. That's just a concern that I have, is us doing the public engagement, because we aren't the ones making the decision.
Thank you for that. All right, so looking at the time, is this council or this committee fine with making a quick decision on this motion, and then we'll take a lunch break and to continue on with the item after lunch? Does that work? Okay, I'll call the question on the first recommendation, that the committee recommends that council considers the development of a new administration building as a high priority. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion is carried. All right, so we will take a half-an-hour lunch break at this point in time. Go, Mike. And welcome back to our Strategic Planning Committee of, Council Committee of a Whole. And we just took our lunch break and now we're continuing on with item 5.1, Municipal Facilities. And we're on the discussion of an administration building. Carrying on with that, in this particular item, we were, as there are a few more staff recommendations. So looking for if there's going to be further discussion or further motions. We just motioned that new administration building would be a high priority. And we've had a pretty robust discussion on this. Is there any more other discussion or again motions? Go ahead, Councilor Graham.
I will make the motion that the committee recommends that council directs administration to investigate and develop a report outlining a phased development plan for the administration building project, identifying potential suitable properties and a public engagement strategy. And I will revoice my concern that it should be the next council doing the public engagement, in my opinion.
Thank you for that. So motion on the floor, discussion around that. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Oh,
Oh, I
not quite
thought
ready.
you were waiting for the light. That's what, sorry.
sorry, no.
Okay, you're not ready? Okay. Deputy Reeve Malhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. For me, if this had been like the first motion, I think I would have been more on board because it would be the chicken and egg scenario, right? We're getting the information in order to make it a high priority. But now that it's been made a high priority through the will of council, I don't know that my support of this would be the same because this is then the first step into getting it done. And it's not as high of a priority for me. We just discussed a whole bunch of ads to community structures for community halls, et cetera. It was explained to us that in those projects, we're almost at a 4.5% when we add up the projects we just recommended. If we don't remove projects or change projects or shift projects, that's what we'd be looking at next March. Whereas if this was the scenario for me to get the information in order to make a decision, that would be a lot different than what it is now, which this motion now being the second motion is then the steps to plow and get it done. So unfortunately, I don't think that I'll be supporting it the same way I would have had it been the information gathering that it originally sounded like. And that's, I don't want administration to take that as a, you know, Jenny sucks, we really need a new building, because I agree at both the efficiencies that can be found with administrative building. I agree that I want us to be in the county. I just felt that I needed more information in order to make it a priority. But now that it is a priority, I don't know that I can support this the same way as I would have before. And I apologize for that because I do value our administration and the importance of this to them, but the community hasn't had an opportunity to have input on this other than the last time. So if we're basing it on the last time the community had input, they were not favorable, and I have concerns about that. So I apologize, but the way that it is currently, I cannot support it.
Councilor Ratcliffe?
I guess I have to continue a bit on the same vein. I already said I believe we should be in the municipality and more together. I also said I don't think the public's opinion has changed a whole lot. And I think it would look less self-serving if it was part of a development, maybe like what was originally planned in the North Quarter. But, you know, we know the town is looking for something bigger. The RCMP barracks, they have offices in closets. So something that encompassed more, possibly even some recreation amenities, I think would be more accepted by the public. And I don't know what kind of work that would require to put something like that together, but that's what I would like to see. And so I will not be supporting this motion either.
Thank you. Councillor Cernak.
I'm in favor too. Excuse me, the sooner the better we get it on the road. We have 17 million sitting there. I figured if you spend 10, we're doing good, and it should be this year. That's a short time frame.
All right. I guess I see it differently when we voted on the high priority, because I understand the need for information ahead of time, but I also understand that through the public wants to know what information that they need to give their recommendation on. So if there's nothing to present to the public because this is not our high priority, we're just like having a coffee party, well then to me it's a waste of all our time. If we say this is a priority and we want to give them information to help us make that decision, then to me this falls accordingly. So I'm not about kicking the can. We all agree that we don't want to study everything. So this is, to me, this isn't a study. This is giving our public, our residents, an opportunity to really sink their teeth into saying, as we bring forth information, here's what we've identified that would be most efficient. Here's where we can have the opportunity to tweak ahead of time. They still have their input. They can say no, yay, but if we don't address that this is a road that we want to go down, they're not going to take it as seriously as we are, and especially our administration, in putting their efforts forth for the project. So I will be supporting to get more information, and I like the phased approach. I think that is the most economical. That is, well, maybe not the most economical. It is the most logical way to do this, because we can always change the as-built or change the things going forward. So again, like you've mentioned, Deputy Reeve, we've just added some extra services this morning, but understanding that I think this council wants economic development, and that's where the next form of revenues will be coming from, is from the economic development that will come from the projects that we support. And believe it or not, an administration building is economic development that I believe for our county as well. So, Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I'll be supporting the motion as well. I think it was an important job of council to set a vision and take steps towards that vision. That's been the job of the council that came before us, and the council before that, and the council before that, and it'll be the job of the council that comes after this one as well. Setting a vision, taking the necessary steps to reach that, making the best balanced decision they can for that time, taking in the community feedback. I'm not convinced that the community will ever want to invest in something they don't fully understand the value to. We are a service delivery organization. A lot of people don't recognize that, but that's what we are. We're providing a service to the community, and that's sometimes done more efficiently in a building that has the right components all together in a one-stop place. That's what people support within other aspects of their community life. So I don't think we're going in a 180 degree or in the wrong direction here. I think we need to keep stepping towards that. And I don't think it's time for us as a council to quit doing that just because there's an election next year. I think we can still make an effect in our community, and we have that opportunity to still do the next good thing. So,
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Just to respond a little bit to that, I would very much like to see the work on economic development that this could be part of that vision. Also, in this new building, if it's like the previous one that was designed for the North Quarter, there's still going to be isolation, that apartments are going to be in a wing or on a floor. So it won't be as bad, you won't have to get into a vehicle, but there still will be some isolation. It's just part of growth that, unless we have a director's coffee room or something, there still will be that separation between working groups.
All right. So with that, there's a motion on the floor by Councillor Graham that the committee recommends that council directs administration to investigate and develop a report outlining the phased development plan for the administration building project, identifying suitable properties and public engagement strategy. So any further comment, questions for admin? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? The motion's carried. So moving on with that, there's a staff recommendation in regards to the property of the broadband central office property for potential subdivision. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve Malhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. And this is actually something that, if I remember correctly, I had suggested, because you never know when municipal development plans, land use bylaws, all of those things change. We've experienced that ourselves. And if we were to ever go forward with any type of the plans for a new administration building, this would be one of the pieces of the puzzle that would need to take place, or at least that's what I see. I would make that motion that the committee recommends that council directs administration to investigate the subdivision potential of broadband central office property.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the motion? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Is there a downside to this? Are we going to face additional utility service charges or anything by having two pieces of property there?
Yeah, hence the term investigation. You know, this is the first time we talked about it was May 10th. Now we've brought it to the committee level there, and then subsequently it'll go to council. It's an investigation. We'll bring back that option back to council. We're not going to move forward with the subdivision until we have that, you know, all the information has been, you know, is the subdivision potential there? This is the cost. This is the pros and cons. We'll bring that back to council for consideration at a future date.
Thank you. That's an appropriate action. I will support the motion.
All right, any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion carries. Thank you. So I guess I'll ask Director Hansen to carry on with the next portion of the agenda item about the agriculture recreation facility, please.
Yes, well, thank you again. So this is right back to, again, the discussion that we had during that workshop. There was some great discussion. So I'm not going to get into too much detail about the facility. We've talked about the ag-rec facility numerous times, you know, right back from the inward-looking administration facility to the service delivery, another service that we're looking at providing for the county, and how this discussion, it's included so many partners over the years. So much discussion, like 2015, like that's getting to be pretty long in the tooth there to talk about the same project. And I know Matt's talked about it numerous times, myself. But of course, starting right back, a good story starts in the beginning. So 2015, a feasibility study on a multi-purpose ag-rec facility was completed. We really wanted to further explore agri-recreation in this area. So the report was created and presented to council. It outlined the stakeholders' engagement, the community engagement that was involved. It had some high level of estimates there at $12 million for phase one, $10 million for phase two. So the $12 million basically got you the indoor riding arena, community and program events, as well as in phase two was addition of the banquet exhibition hall. You know, I think this council has discussed numerous times about how that vision, the needs may have changed, but really this is the focus of the topic of this conversation here today. But really, I think the scope may has evolved, and as it should. Like I said, that's an old report. So sites that were historically considered, one of the potential partnerships was the Northeast 3, the North Quarter. potentially if that was going to be the home of the admin building, that maybe that was an appropriate place for the ag rec facility. There's also been historic park, and it makes sense about the North Saskatchewan River Park. We have a large ag recreation facility here located in the county, owned by the town. Perhaps that is one of the a partnership opportunity or a recreation opportunity. So when we're looking at high-level criteria, there again, it's outlined specifically in the report, but just to touch base on that. So, we want to be located with Clearwater County high-density population base. Unfortunately, that is, the town Rocky Mountain House is the high-density population base, as well as the surrounding area around the county that surrounds Rocky is more highly densely populated. The ability to accommodate future expansion, so we don't want to make sure that we get a parcel that will facilitate growth. That's the problem with urban development. Buying a parcel in an urban community, it's really hard to expand in the future. In the county, that seems to be less of a concern, because we typically always plan well enough ahead there to make sure we have a site that can be grown into. Access to via a ban-free surface road. I think that really gets lost about how important that really is, because, we go through a spring breakup every year, and we do have banned roads that require, and those are required to protect that investment. This council has been, and this council and previous councils made fantastic investments to, to beef up those structures so that we're minimizing the bans come spring, which makes us very attractive to industry, forestry, gas, as well as recreation. Publicly owned, that's something that we want to have care and control of that land. We don't want to be at the mercy of another landowner per se. Available cost efficiencies, existing site servicing, there's advantages and disadvantages. As we know, when we looked at, there again, the discussion this morning about having a pressurized sprinkler system. If you're looking at a large event center, that's going to be likely a requirement. But there are other ways to get that, through cisterns, through chemical or whatever. But knowing that up front, that we need to meet those code requirements and to meet that future need, we need to be able to look 30 years down the line and say, this is, if it's an event capacity, we need to be building for that. And I think we've done well to make that heavier investment up front to make sure that those are covered off, historically anyway. So there again, I don't think I really need to go through the timeline of all the decisions, how many times it's been in front of council between 2015, 2016, 2017. Allocation of surplus, we have a healthy, not fully funded restricted surplus there in place there at around $5 million, I guess, toward this project. Of course, there's other options available to council. We can modify the scope. It's already identified as a phased approach, but perhaps additional phasing come into place. Or we revisit the agri-recreation plan. Maybe this goes farther down the timeline and ag recreation is looked at through a different lens. Those options are on the table here for council. Public engagement. There again, there's been an extensive public engagement about developing the plan. I really look back to council to see, once you have a vision, once you have a plan, we're happy to implement a public engagement strategy, but we need to have that, whatever council feels strongly about, let's message that. Anything you want that feedback, what you want feedback on, we're happy to get that for you. But so of course, like I say, public engagement is always a critical part of anything we do. So then, just to summarize, some of the opportunities that we discussed May 10th. So there was two that were basically, between the North Quarter, if this project was combined with another larger project, possibly up in the North Quarter, and the other one was to, if the North Saskatchewan River Park was part of the ag recreation plan for this council, that maybe it's an ICC discussion that takes place and see how the North Saskatchewan River Park could be part of our rec plan for this. So those are the two things that kind of came out of that discussion. Happy to answer any questions. So I really blew over the top of that one, but happy to answer any questions in that regard.
Thank you. Councilor Graham?
I don't have a question. I was gonna jump right into a motion if that's okay.
Go for it.
All right. I would like to make a motion that the committee recommends that council consider the development of an ag recreation facility as a high priority. I know for me, this is probably my personal #1 priority. I think that our community would benefit greatly from it. I think that it would draw, you know, economic development has already been mentioned. It would draw people here and have some good economic development for the area, and it would be great to have, you know, 50 cow shows a year here, and horse things also, but obviously cows are my favorite. So it would just, I think it would be a great amenity to our community. It would be awesome for the 4-H clubs to be able to have a guaranteed every year home. I remember being, when I was in 4-H, and every year the dirt users meetings were not something that the parents looked forward to attending, and obviously in the end they ended up losing at them. So someplace that prioritizes agriculture, because it's kind of, so many other places don't. So we need to have some place to prioritize it, and I think we should start in this room.
Okay, thank you for that. Deputy Reeve Mulho?
Thank you, Reeve. With this particular motion, as placing it as high priority, does that then equal the feasibility study that was completed? Because I think that those are two very different things, and the vision from when that feasibility study was done in 2015, 2014, when that was done back then, I think the vision the community has and the vision of this council and potentially future councils has changed. So does this motion equal that study? Because I believe that request was have that updated as well.
Director Martinson?
So that was included in our 2023 budget, 2024 budget, this year's budget. So we discussed that in 2023. It was approved, you approved it in 2024. We are working through that. We're not doing a new study. We are updating the dated information that we sort of agree has potentially changed or has the potential to change. If we knew that it had changed and what the answer was, we wouldn't go through the process, we would just update it. What we know is things could have changed, and we want to reach out to the user groups, those that are still in operations, and those that are still willing to meet with us. We're also looking at ways that we can chunk the project up into potential more palatable phases for development. And so that's the two, and then the third, so those are two of the three priorities for the study modernization. And the third is to look at the site selection criteria and have that bolstered as well. And the original study had some site selection criteria. It was good criteria. It was just a little bit broader than I think maybe we found usefulness for. And so we'd be looking to increase the usable detail around that site selection criteria. So that is underway currently, and we do hope to have the results in time for this fall's broader discussion around budgeting. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I think that some things have certainly changed in agriculture. A lot of the animal shows and sales are now online. I certainly want to encourage the growth of the 4-H movement. I think that contributes a lot to our community. I just don't want something that becomes a huge tax burden to operate. That's my main concern. And so we need the information from the update before I would feel comfortable making a decision.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions to the motion? I certainly agree with you, Councillor Graham, that this is having something for our ag community to recreate, whether it's with animals or whatever. We need somehow to showcase that. But with that too, I would like, what else is the draw to that as well? So a multi-purpose ag community, ag rec center is what I would be looking for. So that will come at budget time. But as far as identifying the project, yes, I agree with you, should be a priority, we should be giving our residents the opportunity to engage when we get to the next stage as to where and what it looks like, and as an updated feasibility study comes, and I expect that to come in the fall sometime before our budget. I think that'll be good, so I will support the motion. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve, and I agree with the multi-function. It should be that. I mentioned it, and I don't know whether strategic planning or council or one of the other things that we've done, but partnering with other organizations in which to accomplish something multifaceted, whether it's to have a climbing wall that then search and rescue can stay home rather than having to go to Red Deer to do their practicing. An indoor walking track has been something this community has wanted forever, and I think that that's something this facility could help have actually happen. I know that there's lots of facilities that they have recreation on the bottom, and then up around the lip is walking paths, and I don't know if the codes allow for that anymore, but it'd be nice to look into seeing if it does. But we can't have any of those conversations until we give you guys marching orders in which to say, let's actually dive into this, right? Is that, it's kind of the process with this goes. So I will cautiously and optimistically support this in order for us to get the information we need in order to determine the right path for the community, and I don't think it's what was presented in the feasibility study originally. I think that has changed significantly, but that doesn't mean that we can't do something. I think that we can evolve to what the community needs now.
Councillor Lai.
And I'm looking at that vision of economic development. I think this is a key contributor to that. On the balance of that, I have to look at the revenues that come in based on agriculture. So it's a game of fours. We're talking $400,000 worth of assessment. We're talking $4 million worth of expenditures in ag-related things, and now we're talking about a $40 million ag rec facility. So there's a big disparity, and hard to find that balance. I fully believe in economic development and that the future of our community. I am for that economic development and welcoming people for our communities, but I know there's a balance against that on our council that aren't necessarily supportive of growth or development here, but I think our community in general wants that. So does this fit with the vision in the future? Yes, at some level of investment. I don't think we can go that full $40 million, and we've got $5 million already set aside. I'm thinking somewhere at the lower end of that, at that range that we can support in the basis of economic development and support of our agriculture industry.
Thank you for that. And I also agree that, a partnership is great, but it's having a partnership with some of these groups or some of these things that don't contradict each other or don't rub each other the wrong way when they both need it at the same time, so to speak. It's got to be something that's, the partnership has to be what's the word? Symbiotic. Thank you. That works awesome. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe. And I'll come back to you, Deputy Reeve.
Thank you, Reeve. My friend Councillor Lougheed expressed, I think, the situation quite well. And I'm certainly in favor of economic development. I would like to see some work go into setting those priorities for economic development to see where this facility would fit. So I will, with some reservation, support the motion.
Thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I just want to confirm, because with you, Councillor Lougheed, sorry, you said $40 million ag rec facility. That was never presented to me, so I'm not sure where your $40 million is coming from, because I'm reading very different numbers.
Of course,
here.
that's from experience of what we've seen over the last, I believe it's over 10 years old, much of that information.
For sure.
I think we can probably see a 60% increase in many ways on the pricing and costing. And that doesn't mean we have to follow through that. And the 4 was to emphasize the discrepancy between the economic activity that directly provides for our service level here and what this expenditure could be. We could look at a building that could eat the entire, operational costs would eat the entire assessment base of agriculture within our community. So we want to be cautious that we don't build something that is not helping build that economic development within our community as well. And not that it's not important, not that it's part of our identity, part of our heritage. That's part of the reason we even consider something that doesn't have a business plan that would bring dollars back to this particular organization. But that's kind of what I was trying to emphasize. I've never seen $40 million either, but I never saw, I can say another project that we looked at started out in that same time frame as being around a smaller amount, like $30 million, and has grown exponentially since then. That's just the nature of building within the municipal government type sphere.
For sure, thank you. I just wanted to confirm that I didn't miss something, because I certainly would not be supportive of a $40 million number for this.
My own spherical vision of what the future entails.
Okay, sounds good, because you scared me there with that number, because that's, like I said, not something that I had seen on here either, because I am more supportive of a smaller number as well, so you scared me.
All right, motion on the floor that the committee recommends that council consider the development of an agriculture recreation facility as a high priority. So with that, no more other lights, I'll call a question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. So we do have another staff recommendation, and that the committee recommends that council ask the town county ICC committee to discuss how the North Saskatchewan River Park could be part of an ag recreation facility project plan. Go ahead, Councillor Graham.
No one else was reaching for their button, so I'll make that motion as well.
All right, thank you so much. Comments, questions on the motion? Go ahead, Deputy Reeve.
Sorry, Councillor Graham, I hadn't got there, because I think that this is an important piece of this, having a conversation with our town counterparts, because they are the managers currently of recreation in this particular region. So I think it's important that we have the conversation with them with regards to what this would be as a rec program. And as you eloquently stated when you made the previous motion, how important it is in this community. And 4-H in particular, you said the dirt meetings were not something people wanted to go to. That's certainly true, and this can help open up that conversation again, so that the dirt meetings are actually something people value and want to be a part of.
Thank you for that. Any comments, questions on the motion? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I also think we need to have broader conversations with our regional partners about economic development priorities as well. But that conversation needs to be held. I'll support the motion.
Thank you. All right, if there's no other further lights, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion carries. Thank you. So I believe with that, we've completed agenda item 5.1, Municipal Facilities. And we can move on into section 6, which is the Planning and Emergency Services, 6.1, Review of the Bylaw. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming in and for your background and time today. It's been appreciated. All right, so the review of the bylaw 1176/24, the Renewable Energy Systems Land Use Bylaw. And I believe we're going to have Director Haggard lead this. Oh, okay. So our manager, Ms. Gillum, will come as well. Awesome. So good afternoon. That's good. Oh, you did great. You're good. We're just happy you're here. It's awesome. And whenever you're ready. The minute two other laptops come, it just like, boom, magic. I love it. We can have the mic, yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, so I am presenting on behalf of Dawson. He is out today. So as a result of a notice of motion made by Reeve Swanson, an item was brought back to council on November 14th, 2023 for discussion and direction by council. This meeting, council made 2 motions following discussions on how to proceed. So the first one was directing administration to address the renewable energy in the land use bylaw rewrite process, which we are working on. And the second one was for administration to develop an independent bylaw in the meantime. So administration took bylaw 117624 to council for first reading on February 27th. And as a result of the meeting, administration attended a workshop with council to kind of go over the bylaw in depth and amend as necessary. And then we prepared the attached draft with some track changes for renewable energy systems for bylaw 117624. And yeah, all of the track changes you will hopefully have seen there. So there was some added definitions as well as some sections that we maybe didn't have before. And also a lot of the changes had to do with the number of solar collectors and change that to the output instead, as discussed in that meeting. So kilowatts of power generally, those changes made throughout the document there, as well as we had missed some of the decommissioning sections in the solar part, the 5.19 area there. Well, some of those numbers are not, I don't think they're quite right. Numbering, again, it gets wacky when you do track changes, so that all of that will have to be corrected, but so yeah, just some decommissioning information there, and just clarifying and adding in some of the sections of the land use bylaw further down to make sure we have all of that listed. And I can't remember what else. If there was much there. Most of it had to do with the kilowatt hours. And then of course all the numbers change with that. Yeah, so I don't know if there's any specific questions you have with the changes or if they've met your, what you had for notes and expectations. So between Dawson and I, we tried to encompass everything that was discussed at that meeting and add it to the bylaw there. But if there's additional comments that we can add in or change prior to bringing it back to council, we will take that feedback.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. I had a thought that we needed some more definition around the word produces. Sorry? That we needed more definition around the word produces as the amount of power it would produce. Solar panels are calculated on a certain level of illumination that is, I think, equivalent to high noon in a desert near the equator, which we likely wouldn't get here, and that using the nameplate from the manufacturer would be less open to interpretation.
You've lost me. Could you give,
Okay.
Sorry, for the level of detail, could you give an example of what you mean by nameplate? Yeah.
On the manufacturer's solar panel, there
Yeah.
will be a label that shows its output voltage, current, whatever, it'll be rated for so many watts. And here in Alberta, we probably wouldn't see that full output. So rather than argue over, or have the potential to argue over what a facility is actually producing, that if it's referred to the manufacturer's specification, then it's clear.
Okay. I think I follow along that
Should I try again?
those lines. Yeah, no. So I'm just gonna reframe what I just thought I heard you say, was that the manufacturer comes with a stamp plate that would be on the mechanism, that would be on the solar panel itself.
Yes.
Okay. Can those plates be altered?
They're usually just a sticker,
Okay.
but you could look it up even as well, but it wouldn't be easy to do.
It wouldn't be easy to alter. Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Where are you proposing this amendment? Because I went to the solar collector one, 3.7. And that definition makes sense to me, and it actually doesn't reference the kilowatt or voltage or wattage or anything at all. Where are you proposing this change be? Because I know you said production. Okay, so you want it added, or are you looking to change? Okay.
So you would like a definition of production or produces? Produces or production? Or
Yeah,
not
how
at
do
all?
we do this? I'm thinking rated wattage or rated output.
I'm not. Go ahead, Ms. Gillum.
Jump in, I'm not sure, so for the definition of solar collector, it says cells that are like capable of collecting up to 30 kilowatts or more for private consumption. So in theory, if the panels like add up to the 30 and can collect up to that much, whether they do or not, would that not cover it? Because it's saying it's collecting that versus producing, and that has like a maximum. So if in that particular case, would it not be covered under that? Because it doesn't use the word produce, it just says collecting up to an amount. So like those panel things could be used. So like in theory, if it's not over that 30 kilowatt hours for a total on those things, then it wouldn't be able to collect any more of that? Or how does that work? I don't know if I'm like interpreting that correctly.
I think it needs to apply to all the solar installations, because it would be more important even with the larger ones. But, you know, 511C says produces less than 30 kilowatts of power.
511.
And so it's around the word produces, definition of the produces. And it could be written into the solar collector definition, that the production would be according to the manufacturer's specification or the manufacturer's label.
Go ahead, Director Hager, sorry.
Thank you, Reeve
It's your
Swanson,
lane.
and I'm gonna give it a go.
Okay.
From what I'm hearing Councillor Ratcliffe saying, would changing that word produces to collects make sense? Would that address that without having to add the definition? Or is it elsewhere that you want it in the bylaw as well?
I was thinking in 3.7, even where a solar collector, to add a line into there that says the produced power will be according to the manufacturer's specification or nameplate.
Does that help offer clarity, Director Hager? Yeah.
can add it if that's council wishes,
Okay,
for sure.
sure. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
As we've gone through this a little bit more, I think that will clarify that, or rated for 30 kilowatts of power, right? Like, rated for, so rather than produces less than 30 kilowatts of power, rated for 30 kilowatts of power. Cause if I'm understanding, and I'm just trying to understand, if I'm understanding, let's say you have a panel that is good for 5, or it says it's good for 5, but in this particular climate, it can only produce 2. That doesn't mean that person now can have 2.5 of them in order to make the 5, to make up that difference. But they're still only allowed to have what it's rated for on the sticker. Am I understand? And the sticker says it's good for 5. Am I understanding where you?
Right, and to avoid any argument around what a facility is actually capable of.
Okay. I think I've got it. Thanks.
And thank you for that wording, because we don't want to misrepresent what could potentially be misinterpreted or interpreted many ways, I guess. So anyway, okay. So with those, do you have any other further recommendations, comments, changes? Councilor Ratcliffe, are you good? You got a couple more? Okay, give her.
In 5.1, the solar collectors, we're talking about a system that produces less than 30 watts, so basically private use. And we've already defined that it must meet the clearances, heights, everything of structures on that property. The specifications in Part B, I think could be deleted. I don't think it's something we would intend to enforce anyway.
5.1.1B?
Yes.
So question then, for why you're suggesting to eliminate it, is because that would come with the instructions on the mounting with what the producer of those solar panels would recommend?
Or whatever that the property owner chooses to do with them.
Okay, all right.
So,
Councilor Ratcliffe has suggested to remove 5.1.1B. Deputy Reeve Melhoff, do you have a comment to that?
Yeah. Thank you, Reeve. My concern is if we remove it, then it gives no mechanism for which our planning department to do any type of enforcement if the solar collectors are negatively impacting the neighbor as far as glare, et cetera. So then if the neighbor complains that they're getting significant glare in their bedroom or living room or wherever in their home, if we remove that, the planning department will not have an avenue in which to try to mitigate or enforce mitigation to prevent the neighbor's undue harm from the glare. Unless that's somewhere else in the bylaw, that's the only place that they would have the ability to manage the neighbor's complaints.
so you think keep 0.1?
I would like to see 1 kept. The
Or I,
3 and 4 probably can be through the manufacturer's specifications. But B1 gives the ability for our roadways and the neighbors to have an avenue in which, if they are negatively impacted by them, to actually complain to the planning department, unless that's somewhere else.
Well, most solar panels now are manufactured with anti-glare glass.
Oh, okay.
I don't see any for mine, and it probably wouldn't be any worse than a picture window.
Okay.
But
Because that's one of the biggest complaints that we get.
the panels may not be made with anti-glare
Okay.
glass, so keeping 1 The first one would make sense to me, if you want.
Yeah. I personally would like to have one kept so that there is an avenue.
Yeah.
But
okay.
the 3 and 4 installed manufacturer specifications probably fits.
Yeah. Councilor Grant?
I would agree with the concerns about the neighbors, and I think for 3 and 4, we should keep them as well because of the same reason. That's obviously for a more urban setting, I would say, like in Nordegg or something, but same concerns, the neighbors, so that, and some of them might not even care, but for ones that do, I think they should have the right to have things to protect them, rules to protect them.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Ratcliffe?
I have another one. 5.1.2A, point 1 says that panels must be located such that it does create undue glare. So I think we need it does not create undue glare.
Good catch.
Okay.
Keep going.
Can I go on?
You bet.
Okay, point 2 of that same, no, sorry. Yeah, okay, point 2 talks about the maximum height of an existing grade when oriented at maximum tilt. So I think maximum tilt would be in the summer when the panels are at their lowest. And maximum tilt would be at the, maximum tilt of the panels would be the lowest, and that it should instead be minimum tilt where they would be vertical. So when they would be the highest.
So instead of putting maximum, put minimum. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Depends on perspective. Maybe we should clarify, because it's like maximum tilt from horizontal or vertical, because like if people think that they're going to be put horizontally, then the maximum tilt would be like straight up and down. So maybe we could clarify that tilt is based on horizontal being 0 and up.
Or how about just maximum height?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe maximum height, because I'm thinking when maximum, you're referring to the maximum capability of that solar panel to collect the solar rays, so that's the maximum would be flat, whereas the maximum at the minimum stage, yeah.
Depending on the time of year.
Yep, so take tilt out and put maximum height might be there. Ugh. All right, you have a few more, Councilor Ratcliffe?
Well, I actually wondered if we needed a separate section on a freestanding as opposed to mounted on a building. Because we're basically keeping the restrictions at the typical setbacks for a structure on the property.
But 5.1.2, is that not standing solar collectors? Is that not that entire section?
Yes. Yeah, so I'm questioning if it's necessary, if it's not already covered basically in 5.1.1.
But
I would suggest that I would keep them separate, because just depending on the property, we don't know how these panels are gonna be situated, right?
well, I have, like, even my neighbors have them separate freestanding because of the way that their property is situated. So if we didn't have requirements on that to still meet setbacks, theoretically, couldn't they put them right up against the property line and then not meet any property line setback requirements if we don't specifically say freestanding panels? Maybe that's more of a question for administration.
Okay, but on the building mounted panels, we have the same requirement.
Well, I would hope so.
They would meet the standard for any structure, the setbacks and height requirements for any structure.
Maybe I don't understand your question, because if they're on a roof or a building, that roof or a building has to already have a development permit that then meets the setbacks. They're just being put on either with that build or an add-on, a freestanding panel should still meet those same setbacks. That's why there's two
Exactly.
separate ones.
Okay,
So that it's not assumed
Okay.
that if it's a freestanding, it doesn't have to meet those setbacks.
okay, no, any installation should meet those setbacks,
Yes,
whether it's freestanding or building mounted,
I agree.
yes.
Yeah, but we want to
Okay.
identify
All right,
both.
okay,
Okay. So, anything further? Because anything pressing, Councillor Ratcliffe, that you wanted to bring to light again? So, I think the rest of us have, unfortunately, don't have that experience dealing with solar panels. So, go ahead.
yes, I have one other,
Which item?
which compares, then goes into the small wind power producing,
Which item would that be?
5.2 no, just 5.2,
Okay.
where we have the restrictions for solar panels are much lower, and we would allow a wind generator to be up to 80 feet high on a 5-acre parcel. Is that not a conflict?
Where do you get the 80 feet high? Which one? 5.2 point what?
Just 5.20.8,
0.8, okay. Under development standards?
yes.
I see here. Do we not, Ms. Gillum, do we not have, the same sort of, height restrictions when it comes to, towers? They fall under a certain, height restriction, then once they get over a certain height restriction, then they become under a federal, I'm thinking of the telecommunication towers that are up, so anything under, what is it, 90 feet? It's
Meters, 90, I think it
yeah,
is.
for us as a municipality, and then everything above that, it happens under a different, is that why we said 80 feet in regards to wind?
I'm not actually sure on that, to be honest, because I'm assuming Dawson would have got these numbers similar to other municipalities,
Right.
because he had reviewed quite a few other municipalities' sections on this. I would assume that it would be similar to something like that on a smaller parcel, like that the height restriction is there, and then the taller ones allowing a little bit more. I don't know that you can directly compare solar and wind, though, given that, so I guess, maybe trees would be a hindrance, so if we allow them to be higher for solar, but with wind, generally, those are just standardly higher, so I don't know how you could, or limit them entirely for height. I don't know exactly how that would work, or if they'd be as effective, would be my statement, but I don't know, that would be my assumption about where those numbers came from, though. But it would have more restrictions, like federally, probably for height stuff with NAV Canada and things like that, but that's why they would be referred to.
Okay. Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Okay, yes, like for example, where we would allow a tower of 80 feet tall on a 5-acre parcel, the peak of the rotor arc would be 135 feet or so. So that could be quite obtrusive to neighbors.
Maybe we could specify, would you prefer if we specify, say, like if it was 5 acres, more like on a standalone, like residential parcel? Because generally they tend to have no or less neighbors, and but then the restrictions are different within a multi-lot subdivision. I don't know how, I've never been that close or like understand like how that might affect neighbors to a wind tower to know exactly how that would work, but.
And that's or area than mine. But, you know, like, the standard for solar panels is fairly reasonable. It fits the standard building height. But for wind, we're allowing something significantly higher and more obtrusive to a neighbor. So I'm not sure how that could be managed better.
If I remember the conversation, when we first went over this draft, I thought we had said that it was a combined total between the light stand and the rotary, there would be a maximum of 80 feet. It maybe doesn't define it here, but I'm thinking that's was the discussion, that we wanted nothing above what would interfere into, as indicated, Ms. Gillum, in regards to NAV Canada's jurisdiction. I think anything below that, so I think that was what the intent was, but maybe that be something when we bring it back for council review again for final, that question be answered. Go ahead, Deputy Reeve. Do you have a question on this?
Thank you, Reeve. I'm thinking if we're looking at those very large towers, they can be, like you're saying, quite intrusive to the neighbors and quite loud. And yeah, because if you're talking about the top and then the actual rotor itself goes even higher than the top of the standard, perhaps we can dig into this a little bit further prior to it coming back to council, because I don't know that I would be in favor of my neighbor having one of those, and my closest neighbor is significantly further away from me, let alone if I was in acreage subdivision. I also understand they can be quite loud. Wouldn't those type of larger scale developments have to be in a direct control district anyway? So maybe we should consider not allowing that larger scale on a residential type site anyway, whether it produces 30 kilowatts or less anyway. Like, just that's too intrusive, it's too much of an issue. Maybe we just don't allow that size in general. The only ones I've seen for residential purposes anyway are quite small, like, and they're like that, and they sit on the ground. Like, it's not, it could be considered like a whirlybird on your house. Like, they're not massive. So something that scale perhaps might be different. Then again, I also want a massive windmill to aerate my pond, so I don't know if I can really say somebody can't use that to produce energy when I also want to aerate my cattle's dugout with a fairly large windmill. So if we can maybe bring back some more information on that, and then we can make a more informed decision, I think that might be a good way to go, if that works for Councillor Ratcliffe as well.
So we've beat that one up a little bit. So is there anything else in the draft policy that we want to bring light to? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Just one, maybe it's the last one. 5.3.11 requires that the wind energy system be located at a horizontal distance of the total height plus 10%. Is that a requirement we would want in the smaller systems as well? You know, where we talk of allowing something even on a 1 acre parcel for wind?
Okay.
That section doesn't mention anything regarding the height of the structure and how far it should be located from the property line.
So that question could maybe come back
As well.
As well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. My question actually was pertaining back to solar again, and I apologize. 5.1.5 talks about over 1 megawatt being direct or greater going to direct control. Doesn't that then create like a no man's land from 30 kilowatts to 1 megawatt? What happens in that scale? Like, what if I produce 60, like what happens? There's like a gap between 1 megawatt needing to be direct control major production and 30 kilowatts. 5.1.5 in the solar collectors. It says that once you produce 1 megawatt or greater, you must go under direct control. But we're saying that personal use is 30 kilowatts. So what is that, the area in between 30 kilowatts and a megawatt?
1.2 C kind of mentions, I guess, so they would maybe still need something between that 30 and then the 1 megawatt, but it was, in that case, they need there's different requirements, I guess.
Okay.
Like, so the below 30, they didn't need anything.
Okay.
Or didn't require permit, and above that, up to the 1, they need just a regular permit, and then it kind of gets to a commercial size after that. I think
Okay.
that was the
No,
distinction.
that makes way more
Yeah.
sense. Thank you for clarifying, because I was like, there's this like no man's land. But saying 30, up to 30, as long as you meet all of the other land use setbacks, you don't need a development permit. From 30 to 999 kilowatts, you need to come and ask us for permission, still meet all the setbacks, but come and ask for permission. And then from 1 megawatt and above, you don't just come and ask for permission, you actually have to change the zoning of your property. Okay.
Correct, that's my understanding of it, yeah.
Thank you for the clarification. I just needed to see the map of how we get places. Thank you.
All right, anything further on this bylaw? So there's been some more questions that will be brought back at a future council meeting. Councilor Ratcliffe?
Last one. I thought the fines were kind of low.
And that was on item which number? Sorry?
37.3.
There we go.
But
Okay.
you've probably compared this with other facilities, so that would be more representative.
I'm not sure what they may have compared it to. I believe that's the same as what we put in our short-term rental bylaw, actually. So I don't know if we've compared it to other municipalities regarding fines to this bylaw. We could look a little bit more into, if some of them have them in their land use bylaw, it would be tied more to the land use bylaw, and the fines would be listed differently. So we'd have to look into that, because quite a few of them have them in the land use bylaw, so it depends on how the land use bylaw states fines. So it may or may not be similar to other municipalities, but I believe this matches our short-term rental for fines. So I think that's kind of where we got those from.
Okay.
Thank you. Anything further on this item? Councillor Lougheed?
Just one question on that last section with, under the bylaw. So if somebody is in contravention of the bylaw, they get a one-time, say, for instance, a $200 fee, does that absolve them from anything else, or are they kept being fined through a process? Is there a time, are we stating a time frame that you must comply within a period of time, or is it just kind of a $200 license and off you go?
Director Hager?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, and members of the committee. Typically, a first offense is issued within a period of time, and then a progressive offense would be within a time period, so we could clean that up to add a time period of enforcement. The other thing as well, if it's something under the land use bylaw, we have other mechanisms as well, including stop orders and injunctions through the court system that are more serious, I guess, than a $200 fine. So there are other mechanisms within the land use bylaw when this is rolled into that we'll be able to use as well. So yeah, adding a time frame might be a good idea.
This would integrate with our other bylaw type enforcement
Once the land use bylaw is revised, yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
bet.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
the intent was to roll this, so sorry, I apologize to interrupt, but the intent was to eventually have this adopted in advance of the land use bylaw, and then it'll roll into the new land use bylaw once it's drafted and finalized.
Okay, thank you. Is there any other comments in regards to the draft bylaw ahead of us? If not, looking for a motion to recommend to council. the amended bylaw as appropriate prior to being presented to council for first reading. Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe. Any other comments on the, questions on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. All right, looking at the time, would we like a 15-minute break? Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break, please, this time. Welcome back from our break. We are now moving on to corporate services. Yeah, item 7.1, the operational programs, why we do and what we do, legislation, protection of infrastructure, and community driven. Go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
Good afternoon. One of the items identified earlier in 2024 is the committee to receive additional information on the services provided to the ratepayers of Clearwater County and the legislation or regulation behind each of these services. Attached is a list of the operational programs that service the ratepayers of Clearwater County. Each director has indicated a percentage of the program that is legislated and which act or regulation mandates these services. Other programs are categorized as either for protection of infrastructure or community-driven. The community-driven category has delved into provincial mandated programs such as healthcare and senior programs over the years. While these services are important, municipalities are also seeing a downloading of responsibilities onto municipalities for other services. This exercise will be a refresher for the overarching programs and services provided to Clearwater County ratepayers and why these services are provided. So attached, you will see a spreadsheet that's got the overarching program in the very left-hand column, organized by department, and then a percentage in either legislative portion, protection of infrastructure portion, or community-driven portion. And that they should total 100%, the three of those added up. So you'll see in facilities, 52% is legislated, 12% supporting protection of infrastructure, and 36% supporting community-driven programs. So anything that is like facilities that supports the staff working, providing any of the services that are kind of in the field or boots on the ground kind of programs, those are broke out into percentages of that. So facilities is a good example of that, or IT would support staff that are providing legislative services as well as staff that are providing protection of infrastructure and community-driven programs. So while those programs, if those community-driven programs were no longer offered, that program or service would still be required for the other staff that were providing legislative programs that were legislatively driven. Not sure how much this is really a refresher in the programs and services that are provided, and then each department has provided information regarding the legislation, the act, or the regulation that mandates that service. And then there's a comment if it's not 100% of something, then mostly the directors have provided a comment as to why. Then 2024 approved program expenditures is just taking the budget number for that program, putting the total of that in that 2024 approved program expenditure. And then the next three columns are just a formula based on the percentage provided by the director. So that top one, that facilities, 52% of the total is what's the legislated portion. 12% of the protection of infrastructure is the second dollar amount, and the third dollar amount is the 36% of the total. So although it was, not a lot of detailed analysis went into this document, the directors do know the work plans for their programs and are pretty comfortable with the percentages for what they believe the work plans are under the legislated portion versus the protection of infrastructure portion. You can see that most programs are legislated.
questions? Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Yes, thank you. So when I was going through this, I was a little bit confused, I'm sorry. Because while it might be a legislated program, the amount in which is legislated versus which is an enhanced service level that the county offers could be different. Are those able to be captured in here as well? For example, how we do pavement is legislated and et cetera, but the requirement of it having to be pavement is not. It could be gravel. It's community driven in our own policies that is saying this will be pavement because the community would like a higher safety standard, et cetera, and we are ensuring that we provide them that. But it's not legislated that that must be pavement unless and maybe that's a bad example, but that's just an example that we've elevated the service level for the community. But the entire program around paving ends up going into 100% legislated. It's a little disingenuous.
I guess paving and patching is what you're talking about, and that would be just the maintenance of that pavement. It's not actually doing the pavement. The pavement is a capital project. So these are just operating portions. So paving and patching is a maintenance program that once you have pavement, you have to
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Maintain it.
I didn't know my mic was still on.
Okay.
Yes, I apologize. You're over here trying to figure out who to hit their button for. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
Guys.
Councillor Radcliffe?
Yes, I had a similar thought when I went through this, that yes, we may be legislated to do beaver control, but they don't tell us how we do it, and or how extensive. That's a community or council-driven level of service. Is that correct?
I'll answer the paving question.
You answer the paving.
Go for it.
No,
Okay.
you know, and I guess let's break it down to what it is. Like we've each gone through these programs, like the facilities. You know, that's from an operating perspective. The capital, I think, is very much there again, community driven. Some through policy, whatever, but most of that is very much so is be a community driven, enhanced level of service, legislated. You know, but we are required to maintain our paved surface for our paved roads in a safe manner. If we're gonna have pavement, we have to have the paving and the patching in order to ensure that we provide a safe road network there for our residents. It wasn't legislated or to make it a paved road, but now that we've done it, we are now legislated to protect our public. So that's why none of the capitals included in this, but you know, we can all make the argument about how each one of our operating programs have a different percentage of legislated versus protection of infrastructure to community driven. And it's subjective. We could have, it'd be a discussion for everyone, you know, to where exactly that split line would be, because when they're shared like that, we're using the best of our ability there as directors to try to break it down. I don't know if this is exactly what council was looking for when you were wanting that. You know, I think you want to talk about service levels and wondering, you know, how every year our service levels keep increasing there, and like, you know, coming back to setting the tax rate. But this morning was a great example of service level increases and how they go up. Those are big asks.
Absolutely. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you, Director Hansen, because that's exactly what I was getting at, is that maybe my expectation of this exercise is different than what happened, because I think saying that paved surfaces, in general, once you have a paved surface, it is legislated, you have to do it this way, versus Clearwater County has chose to have this level of service, therefore exceeding the legislative requirement, I think is more the direction I wanted. I don't know if it's even possible to do the things that I asked. I mean, I could make a joke about my husband not being able to achieve the things I asked him to do either, but like, you know what I mean? Sometimes we ask for way more than is actually possible, and is an administrative burden just asking the question. So perhaps we were, or not we, I was expecting more out of this particular exercise in general than what the time allows for administration to actually put into this. I do value this, but it's not giving the same type of granular information that I think I was after, and I apologize for my expectations being so high.
Can I make a comment first? I don't know how much more detail that we can ask our administration, because a lot of these services were not necessarily, they were decisions of past
Well,
councils.
that's my point.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
as the times in our residents have come, there's the certain expectations that our residents now expect, that to roll back any of these is it's gonna cause a lot of ripple, and not that I don't want to not keep fulfilling the level of expectation and level of service that this the organization has absolutely held they've committed and gone above beyond, and I appreciate that, but at the same token, the level of detail, I understand what you were looking for, but this is still great to be able to explain to our ratepayers, this is what has been happening. If we get into more detail, I think it would cause more confusion for them to understand the extensive background, as I know in the one about municipal facilities, where Director Hansen laid out the full timeline of those decisions of just facilities, this building being built in 1990 and everything that has transpired. A lot of these decisions have been coming from even beyond that. So, so for me, it's like, this is a great tool, a great transparency tool, but where we can dive deeper on this at this table. I think we can just build on that, and hopefully for the councils to come. Do you want to offer something more, CEO Emmons?
Thank you. And for me, this is a great launching off point. I believe when I go through this chart, it's the starting point. It says what services are legislated really beyond even conversation, and what portion of that isn't. If I may build on your asphalt analogy, paving a road is a service level. Council has had the conversation at one time, we pave a road, we are not going to the expense. It's 75% ban. We're gonna save a few bucks there. Future councils said, you know what, 90% of the money we get is from industry, and we're strangling industry. We're in favor of paving a road, but we need to achieve ban-free. So Eric created a program to get all the infrastructure up to a ban-free and get our infrastructure up to council's expectation then, and that's an added cost. And that's beyond legislation, of course, but it's a service level that, Neil brought up beavers. The only thing really legislated that handcuffs us is timing. We could kill the whole beaver program and deal with the washed out roads and the infrastructure, the consequences of that. But we have a beaver program, and because we have a beaver program, there are aspects of that that are legislated. And for every one of these, I think looking at this chart opens up the ability to have the conversation you're talking about. The amount of detail on every one of these subjects would be very onerous, and I think even hard for council to listen to be honest with you. But if there's anything in particular that perhaps this chart highlights for this committee or council, then I think it's worth, then this chart has value by saying, 75% of it's legislated, 25% isn't, or it's all quality of life. I hate even to bring up the word dust control, but that is 100% quality of life. That's a choice until it's applied. Very much like asphalt. Once it's applied, now we have to maintain safe road. And when it gets into a certain condition, and we assess it that way, we have to deal with an unsafe condition because it's liability. Then you get into legislation. But whether or not you have a dust control program, there's nothing legislatively that requires council to entertain that. Did that help at all, Jenny?
Deputy Reeve?
No, it does help, and like I said, I don't want to undermine the good work that has been done here. It's difficult to get as granular as you need to get for the type of information to determine how much is, for lack of a better word, the bare minimum. The legislation says you must provide this, and Clearwater County has gone above and beyond to this point, and that was due to county driven. It's very difficult to get that kind of detail, nor do I wish for you to go to the time that it will take administration to go to that kind of detail. But that's what I mean, like expectations of this being here and just not being able to get as granular as one can get, just because the sheer nature of the amount of administrative burden it would take to get there because of past decisions, et cetera, that go with that. So I do appreciate the work that's being done here. Don't think that I don't at all. It's just to get that granular. I might find, and I would be happy to listen to that. You said the council might not want to listen. I would be happy to listen to that. But it would be very administratively onerous, I think, to get that type of detail that I was hoping to see.
All right, do you want to follow up to that, COMs?
I think I might be able to help out from a starting point anyway. Service level is identified by council. I don't think it's that hard to get that granular because Municipal Government Act, it's clear we have to maintain safe road. And what we do, our ag department, the service they provide for our residents goes way above and beyond. Actually any municipality I'm aware of. And that's choice, and that's 100% benefit to me as a farmer in this area. Our Public Works Department, we could have every road in this municipality gravel, and we could put half as much gravel, and all we have to do is maintain safe road. I won't say what municipality, but my son was actually traveling in a municipality. He sent me a picture of his truck after that small sprinkle, and he has clumps of clay right over top of his windshield and hood. We don't find a road like that in Clearwater County. Like that standard is, I will say, much higher here. And that's set, so it's actually quite easy. Our hamlets, the size of the lots dictates whether or not we need municipal service or not. Alhambra does not have. The other communities that have smaller lots require wastewater. As mentioned earlier in this day, Nordegg is the only one that has water and wastewater. Well, water was dictated to us from the province. They told us when we got Nordegg that we would not be permitted to run out of the old reservoir that they ran under decades. We had to get a treatment facility in there. So a lot of that stuff is dictated, but that's very basic and granular. What we build off of beyond that, our ag department, brushing out the roads, improving sight lines, those type of things are enhanced, and they go unrecognized actually because we take them for granted. The fact that every grader can go down every gravel road and you got adequate room for snow loading, great ditch maintenance, drainage, our annual road construction. Past councils canceled that program. Said, you know what, we can save a few bucks. We spent 5 years after that on maintenance cleaning it up because we fell behind because that standard was no longer met. But all those are above and beyond legislation.
Thank you.
That's not recognized in here, that's my point.
But this gives you the basis. You ask for the basics, maintain safe roads, maintain safe infrastructure, and that's as low as you can get.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Surham?
Yeah, so I just wanted to point out a couple of them, like veg management says 40% legislated, 40% protection of infrastructure, and 20% community driven. And streetlights is a good one, 50-50, so we're going above legislation in those programs. Land care, 20% legislated. So there is some detail in there about the programs that do go above and beyond. But like CAOM said, this is the programs and services that we provide today. And based on the programs and services that we provide today, what is legislated. So, also, the capital projects, if they aren't, supporting a current service level, it's identified clearly to council that this is an increased service level. So, because this is a service level organization, this is what we do. These programs are what we do. The capital, if it's not identified as an increased service level, is to support these programs.
Thank you. So I believe this was an information item. So if there's any other comments or questions that you'd like to ask administration, or if not, just need a motion to accept for information. Okay, thank you, Councillor Graham. So the motion that the committee receives the Clearwater County operational programs and levels of service review for information. Any comments, questions? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
I will support this motion with the understanding that this does not constitute a service level review, but is just preliminary information for that.
For sure. I think we do that when we go over our September pre-budget, but go ahead, Ms. Serhan.
I guess I just would like clarification on whether council is looking for an entire service level review for the entire organization, or what? Are you expecting more information than what's provided here?
Councillor Graham?
For me, I believe it was decided that in the amalgamation negotiations, if that goes through, that we're doing a service level review, so it seems a little redundant to do one now. And then if that doesn't go through, maybe we'll revisit it, but, because we'll be doing one in a couple of years anyways.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
I would like to see that level of granularity, but I don't need it this month.
All right. Motion on the floor to accept for information. Deputy Reeve Melhoff?
Sorry, Reeve, I meant to turn it back off, and I
Okay.
can ask more questions about this,
Do you want to?
about this offline. If it's
Oh, okay.
I can ask.
Okay, thank you. Call the question. All those in favor of the motion? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item 8, which is closed session. So looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Lougheed, thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. And welcome back. We're out of our closed session. There are no motions coming out of closed session. And so that brings us to the end of our agenda, to number 9, adjournment. I'm looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Ratcliffe. Oh, all right. So all those in favor of adjournment? And that's carried. Thank you. Thank you very much for attending.